Social Security's online services help put you in control with secure access to your information anytime, anywhere, allowing you to spend more time with family, friends, or simply just enjoying the day. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow. See what you can do online at socialsecurity.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City, KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 5 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
A presidential visit. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
President Biden is in Utah this morning, and we're now just hours away from hearing him speak at the VA hospital.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live from the VA with details. Adam?
Amanda, President Biden now in the Beehive State for a little over 12 hours. He's expected to speak here at the VA sometime after 9 o'clock. That's the deadline us media members have been given at least to be here and all set up for his remarks. The president is expected to mark the anniversary of the PACT Act, which expands health care and compensation for veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. More than 340,000 veterans have had their claims approved in the first year of this new law. This is President Biden's first visit to Utah during his presidency. He was last here in 2016 when he was vice president. It's the first presidential visit to Utah since 2017 when former President Trump visited. Reporting live from the VA, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
President Biden expected to commemorate the one-year anniversary of the PACT Act while he's in town. KSL TV met up with Utah veteran Joshua Hansen, who says he's grateful for what the law means for his service.
The PACT Act to me is very important for the military and everyone that served over there to make sure they get tested, checked out.
The act aims to help veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits while deployed in Iraq.
President Biden's arrival at Salt Lake International was met with some local dignitaries yesterday. KSL News Radio's Mark Jackson reports.
Those dignitaries included Governor Spencer Cox, First Lady Abby Cox, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, and Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson. Wilson tells KSL 5 the president talked bipartisanship.
He recognized that there were blue mayors and a red governor standing together, and I think what he wanted to convey to us is how important bipartisanship is.
According to the Salt Lake Tribune, Mayor Mendenhall said the short meeting on the hot runway seemed warm and genuine.
Governor Cox will join President Biden for a visit to Salt Lake City's Veterans Affairs Health Center to highlight the first anniversary of the PACT Act.
The Biden administration is announcing new bans on national security investments in China. The new rules would restrict investments in Chinese technology like AI, quantum computing, and semiconductors. Officials say the bans are aimed at keeping U.S. investments from supporting China's military and aren't trying to hurt the Chinese economy.
Utah is still feeling the heat of summer, but West Valley City has announced a winter plan to make its first homeless shelter. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston is live with more. Peter?
Amanda, the new shelter will be able to sleep 170 people and is West Valley City's response to a state requirement to make a plan for getting homeless people off the streets during winter. Mayor Karen Lang says that in West Valley City, we look after our neighbors, and we especially take care of them on those bitter nights and days. That's according to the Salt Lake Tribune. The future location of the shelter is still a secret, and the task force that came up with the plan says it's to get ahead of any concerns that the community might have. West Valley residents have opposed previous pushes for a homeless shelter, and they succeeded at moving one in 2017 that would have been placed there into South Salt Lake. Reporting live, Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
A man is safe today after getting stuck inside a garbage truck. Officials say the man had been lifted from inside a commercial dumpster to the back of a garbage truck. Fire crews say they used a rope rescue system and an aerial ladder to get the person out of the truck safely.
Hawaiian officials say at least 36 people are dead and dozens injured after devastating wind-driven wildfires on the island of Maui. Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke says thousands of people were forced to evacuate yesterday when the flames tore through the popular resort town of Lahaina.
The damage to the infrastructure, it's not just buildings. I mean, these were small businesses that invested in Maui. These were local residents. And, we need to figure out a way to help a lot of people in the next several years.
The fire is fueled in part from strong winds coming from Hurricane Dora, which is churning more than 800 miles away.
Those deadly wildfires in Maui have left thousands of people stranded at local airports as well. Kahului Airport, the main airport in Maui, was sheltering around 2,000 travelers who had their flights canceled. Many of the travelers had just arrived to the island, but now are displaced with no way to leave for the time being.
We'll get an important report on inflation this morning.
The Consumer Price Index is a look at what we're paying for just about everything. Economists at Dow Jones expect it to show a monthly increase of 0.2% for July and 3.3% increase year over year. That's a big drop from the 8.5% annual rate in last July's CPI, but it may not be enough of an improvement for the Federal Reserve to stop raising interest rates. The CPI will be followed tomorrow by the Producer Price Index, which measures inflation on the wholesale level. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
First look traffic for the first time this morning. Here's Andy Farnsworth.
Well, Tim, looks like we start off in pretty decent shape, at least for right now, from what I'm seeing. Of course, last night, some people may be just getting home. That's an exaggeration, but it was pretty rough yesterday. Today, so far at least, we're seeing full speeds on I-15, I-80, no closures, no lane restrictions. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Good news for car prices.
Kelley Blue Book released July pricing data showing the smallest year-over-year increase in the last decade. The average price of a new car was only fractionally higher than a year ago, but still at a record high of just over $48,000. EV prices and also luxury car prices actually dropped year over year, with Tesla prices down 20%, and also last month, car makers increased incentives. It's not just new cars. Used car prices have fallen nearly 2% from July of last year, with supply chain issues resolved and computer chips no longer in short supply.
That's John Trout reporting.
Robbie Robertson, co-founder of the influential 70s rock band, The Band, has died.
Robbie Robertson was the guitarist and eventually main songwriter of The Band, which formed out of the backing group for Bob Dylan in the 60s. They released 7 studio albums between 1968 and their breakup in 1976, 2 of which hit the top 10. Their 1976 farewell concert, The Last Waltz, was filmed by Martin Scorsese. Robertson would go on to work on the music on over a dozen Scorsese films, starting with Raging Bull and ending with the upcoming Killers of the Flower Moon, out later this year. We're told Robbie Robertson died at his home in Los Angeles after a long illness. He was 80 years old. Jason Nathanson, ABC News.
I'm embarrassed I didn't know who he was, Tim.
Yeah, but you certainly know the music when it comes on.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, coming up in just a moment, we'll take a look at your morning commute. No problems and no delays on the freeways that we know about yet. Hopefully it stays that way. Details just ahead on KSL News Radio.
Breaking news is just one ask away.
Playing KSL News Radio.
Parking ticket scams making the rounds. Lights are being impacted by severe weather.
In your home, tell Alexa, play KSL News Radio. Then listen in your car at 102.7 FM.
Amanda, we have a lot of responsibilities as parents. You feel obligated to teach your kids many things, if not all things in life sometimes, which is a little overwhelming. But it's surprising how little we talk to our kids about money.
Financial responsibility.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so excited to tell you about what UCCU is doing, Utah Community Credit Union. As part of their mobile banking, they now have this thing called Learn and Earn.
Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized educational games like quizzes and trivia. And every time anybody in the family completes a topic, you earn points that can accrue and you can redeem for gift cards from places like Amazon, Apple, Walmart, and others.
So literally, they are paying you to learn about financial responsibility.
It really is a great way to go, and it's fun for the whole family. Learn and Earn is part of UCCU's award-winning Be Money Smart youth banking program that helps kids, teens, and parents have fun while learning and becoming financially literate together.
UCCU Mobile Banking now presents Learn and Earn. UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
Hope you had a chance yesterday during the afternoon hours to listen in to Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News. It was a busy couple of hours. And the President of the United States waking up this morning in Salt Lake City. We'll be following his itinerary over the day and have team coverage for you throughout the morning here on KSL. It's 5:09. Time for a look at traffic and weather together, which we do every 10 minutes on the nines. Brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Looks like even Mother Nature's going to stay out of the mix, Andy.
Well, for now, Tim, for now. But right now we've got dry roads and good speeds. I-15 Draper to Salt Lake City looking a little bit heavy already out in Magna on Highway 111 for traffic going up towards SR 201. But Bangerter and Mountain View both clear so far. Heather? All right. Well, Heather, looking at Davis County as you go south Ogden to Salt Lake City, we've got the full speed limit as well, so less than 30 minutes travel time there. Highway 89 also clear at the moment. Eric? Okay. Well, looks like it's just me this morning, so traffic on I-15 in Utah County also off to a good start this morning. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
After yesterday's very nice 87 degrees, we'll go 91 today, partly cloudy skies and a slight chance for a rumble of thunder south of Salt Lake. Overnight lows around 70, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, 90 degrees and a chance for scattered storms. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
About 10 warmer than we were yesterday at this time, 73 degrees.
In last week's indictment of former President Trump, the indictment references what's called a fraudulent elector memo. We're learning more about what's in that memo. We'll talk to Stephen Portnoy about it next on KSL News Radio.
Stay with us at 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. It's Tim and Amanda here to start your day on KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
When words come out of our mouths and everything sounds fine, no one bats an eye. But if things come out a little jumbled or letters sound different than most, there's speech therapy. But did you know that speech therapy is used for more than just stuttering or disfluency? From articulation to expressive and receptive language to a simple act of swallowing that most of us take for granted, speech therapy can do amazing things for you, your health, and of course your sense of self. That's why Summit Speech Therapy is here. Summit Speech Therapy works with people of all ages, from infants and toddlers who have a difficult time feeding or eating, TBI, stroke, or coma patients, to children and adults with speech problems. So much of it is all related, and Summit Speech Therapy can help. Summit works with all insurance companies as well as private pay options, and the experience can be life-changing. With clinics up and down the Wasatch Front, including Murray, with no long waiting for an appointment. For more, visit summitslp.com. That's summitslp.com.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
You know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
Yeah, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, anything, you need to tell an adult, someone you know and trust. That can be hard, but speaking up about a problem is what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.com.
Mom and Dad used to argue about everything, especially about Dad's drinking. It drove me crazy. It got so bad, I couldn't do my homework. I couldn't concentrate. I absolutely refused to let any of my friends come to our house for any reason. I would have been humiliated if anyone found out how much my dad drank and how loud my mom screamed at him. My family went from totally crazy to quiet, calm, and even peaceful. The only thing that happened is my mom started going to Al-Anon family groups. Her relationship with my dad really changed. I asked Mom if she would take me to her Al-Anon meetings, or to Alateen. I wanted to see if I could have a better relationship with my dad. I'm sure glad I did. If someone's drinking troubling you, you might be surprised at what you can learn in an Al-Anon or Alateen family group from people just like you. Call 1-888-4-ALANON or go to alanon.org.
Hi, I'm Heather Kelly with KSL News Radio. I have a podcast, Money Making Sense. My passion is to help people keep more money in their pockets by learning how to cut costs.
Unplugging unused gadgets can cut your bill by 10%.
This includes anything from understanding your health insurance options.
How do those co-payments or deductibles or out-of-pockets play in? And what is it going to cost me?
To smart strategies for buying a home on your budget. But it isn't all about the cash. Not getting scammed and preventing financial abuse is a big part of Money Making Sense.
The biggest piece that's holding women back on being able to leave is feeling financially trapped.
Basically, if money affects your life in any way, I'll talk about it. That includes speaking with ambassadors, state governors, and even the U.S. Secretary of Transportation about where your tax dollars are going. Follow Money Making Sense for free wherever you get your favorite podcasts on KSLpodcast.com or the KSL News Radio app.
Good morning, KSL News Time, 5:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
President Biden is officially in Utah for the first time in his presidency. He'll be speaking at the VA hospital later this morning. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, at least 36 people in Maui have died during severe wildfires fanned by a hurricane.
Third, a quick look at traffic and weather together.
Right now, traffic looking good on our main corridor of I-15, whether you're heading north or south to Salt Lake. We've got a little bit of heavy traffic up Parley's Canyon near the summit, but nothing that you don't see every day. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy today with a slight chance for a thunderstorm to pop up south of Salt Lake. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, it's 73 downtown.
With KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. A rising death toll in the devastating wildfires engulfing the island of Maui, Hawaii. Now at least 36 people killed, and that number could go up.
We've got a fairly large burned area that the search and rescue teams still need to explore and see whether there's any survivors in those areas.
Adam Weintraub with Hawaii's Emergency Management Agency tells ABC News nearly 300 buildings have burned. ABC's Gio Benitez in one community that's been wiped out.
You have this major tourist center, the heartbeat of Maui, you would call it, Lahaina town, just gone. Every boat that's in the harbor, that's gone. There's a famous banyan tree that's just beloved by tourists and locals alike. That's gone as well. So this is going to take so much rebuilding. One local who escaped the fire, he told me Maui will never be the same.
Airlines are adding planes to help with evacuations while flights into Maui are canceled. A couple of reports on the U.S. economy come out this morning. The Consumer Price Index with a look at inflation and weekly jobless claims.
Last week's jobless claims report indicates that time may have come. The number of Americans who filed first-time claims rose by 6,000 to 227,000 from the week before, and that trend could continue this week. The overall number, though, is still historically low.
ABC's Daria Albinger. In Ecuador, a presidential candidate assassinated.
As Fernando Villavicencio left a campaign event and entered his car, the shots rang out. The lawmaker was second or third in recent polls with a campaign built on countering corruption. He was long an enemy of a former leftist president seeking a return to the country after fleeing criminal charges. A suspect later died of gunshot wounds after a shootout with authorities. Connor Finnegan, ABC News.
6 new complaints under investigation against singer Lizzo. Workers accusing her of operating a sexually charged environment and failing to make payroll. Lizzo and her team deny the allegations. You're listening to ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. We're getting information on a secret 2020 document laying out a plan to keep President Trump in power.
Joining us live on the KSL Newsline is ABC correspondent Stephen Portnoy. Tell us more, Stephen, if you would, about the fraudulent elector memo.
Well, it's actually a couple of memos that were drafted and written and sent around by a Trump attorney. The first was reported more than a year and a half ago, first by the New York Times. The second was also reported by the Times yesterday, but obtained by other news outlets. And it's from December of 2020, and it's written by an attorney named Kenneth Chesebro, who is believed to be one of the unnamed co-conspirators in the indictment in the January 6th case here in Washington, D.C. What's in this memo? Well, it outlines the plan for Trump electors in states that Joe Biden won to meet and vote for Donald Trump and sign certificates certifying that those were the proper votes of their states and send those signed certificates to Washington, the idea being that somehow this could be a last-ditch effort to have Donald Trump remain in office. And what this memo also spells out is the importance of, and I'll quote it directly, there should be messaging that presents this as a routine measure that is necessary to ensure that in the event the courts or the state legislatures were to later conclude that Trump actually won the state, then the correct electoral slate can be counted in Congress in January. Point being, they wanted to try to convince the country that this extraordinary step, unheard of essentially, that they were taking was the proper and right thing to do, when even in the words of this memo, what it says here is, I recognize that what I suggest is a bold, controversial strategy, and there are many reasons why it might not end up being executed. But he lays it out anyway. He even goes so far as to say, I'm not necessarily advising this as a course of action. Of course, it is this course of action that took place that's resulted in a charge that Donald Trump and his co-conspirators conspired to defraud the United States government by having false slates of electors certified and sent not just to the Senate, but also to the National Archives, to the U.S. District Court in these states, all in an effort to try to deprive, according to prosecutors, the people of those states from having their votes properly recognized in the joint session of Congress.
Will be interesting to see how this plays out in court if that's one of his lawyers and this was legal advice that was given to the president, will it not?
Well, that will certainly be part of the defense, this idea that all they were really doing was working within the law and within the Constitution to perhaps test the bounds of the law and the Constitution and see if it might work, sort of a legal spaghetti against the wall type strategy. But the prosecution will argue to the jury here in Washington that this was a fraudulent exercise, that it was not lawful, and that it ultimately was of a design to try to, in a corrupt way, prevent the democracy in our country from being held up. So this is the argument that the Trump attorneys will make, which is to say that, you could have this legal theory. It might be novel. It may be untested. It may have never happened before, but it was all meant to be within the bounds of the law and the Constitution. It ultimately will be up to the jury and the courts to decide if that is a legitimate defense.
Fascinating, Stephen. Thank you. ABC News correspondent Stephen Portnoy with us. We'll follow that story as it develops here on KSL News Radio.
Yeah, it sounds like it's trickling out on a daily basis these days. We'll continue to do it, too, on the In-Depth at 15 and 45.
5:19, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. And back to you, Andy.
Amanda, pretty nice start this morning for drivers heading through Salt Lake County on I-15. It's Draper to Salt Lake, an 18-minute travel time at the moment. For those of you on the 201 freeway or I-80 coming from Tooele County, doesn't matter which one. Just that 201, you'll just have some traffic lights, but it doesn't look like there's any extra backups heading through them at the moment over to Salt Lake City. Heather?
It's a great drive right now in Weber-Davis County. No delays southbound I-15 from Ogden to Salt Lake. You'll also have a smooth commute if you're taking US 89 or Legacy Parkway, and there's not a lot of traffic yet on the city streets. Eric?
Well, we got some southbound slowing on I-15 in Utah County, coming from Orem out of the S-curves into the Provo area. We'll keep an eye on that. And you do have some northbound slowing on State Street as you come closer to the 800 North intersection. If you're heading into the mountains, we've got some westbound slowing. This is actually if you're from Park City en route into the valley, right at the top of Parley Summit. We've got some slow-moving vehicles there. Give your savings a boost with 5% APY on a 12-month certificate from Cypress Credit Union. Learn more at cypresscu.com. Eric Butler of the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. Low 90s today. Partly cloudy skies and a very slight chance for a pop-up south of Salt Lake. For your Friday, scatter storms possible, 90 degrees. We'll go mostly cloudy by Saturday afternoon, high of 89, but there will be some storms in the mountains. Partly cloudy skies on Sunday, 91. Back to storm activity on Monday, 91 as well. Working into next week, mid-90s for Tuesday and Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
My gosh, by Wednesday next week, we're back in the mid-90s. Let's not get back to the triple digits here. It's 73 degrees, so a little warmer to start the morning as well. Your 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
You and Dave Noriega are getting together for a special show tomorrow.
This is going to be fun, and we've already confirmed that Michelle Botkin will join us, KSL Sports. She writes on the University of Utah side. Mitch Harper has also agreed to join us. We're going to be talking about the known and the unknown when it comes to the new Big 12, how we got to this point, and what it really means in a broader sense, not just to Utah and BYU, but what it means to college football in general.
Yeah.
To things like the expanded 12-team playoff.
Yeah.
Because arrangements were already made that the winning team, the conference winners of 6 conferences, would get automatic bids into what will be the expanded playoff. Now there's really only 4 conferences, so how does that shake out? We'll make some guesses at it anyway, but we'll have some fun conversation coming up at noon tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank.
KSL News Time now is 5:23.
They're all about the bucket list. Want to go birding at the premier birding destination in the western United States? Well, check off the Bear River Migratory Bird Refuge. How about land art? The spiral jetty and sun tunnels will leave you inspired. Or stand on the spot where the Union and Central Pacific Railroads joined and forged the destiny of a nation. Yep, Golden Spike National Historical Park is like no other place. Check. Splash, boat, camp, or fish your day away? Willard Bay State Park will guarantee a good time. Soak in a natural hot spring with the highest mineral content in the world? That would be Crystal Hot Springs. You'll feel rejuvenated. Eat at Utah's original steakhouse. Maddox Ranch House is perfection. Check. A 1920s diner. The Idle Owl Cafe will transport you back in time. As you empty your Box Elder County bucket list, you'll find a whole new set of adventures to fill it up again. Fill up your bucket list at visitboxeldercounty.com.
Someone drinks.
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too.
Al-Anon
and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Salt Lake City leaders set aside $39 million this year for citywide improvements. Leaders are using public feedback to decide where the money should go. Currently, the money is slated to go toward projects such as constructing new bus stops and improving parks such as Ensign Peak Nature Park.
The heat isn't just miserable, it's also killing your phone battery. Has your phone ever gotten so hot that it just shut off?
No.
And you get a blinking battery telling you that there's
That's never happened to me. Has that happened to you?
It's happened to my iPad. It's happened to my phone.
Oh, wow.
But as temperatures soar, so do iPhone and Android phone temperatures, causing sometimes irreversible battery damage. Ways to combat that include storing your phone in a thermal bag when you go to the beach or the pool, purchase a phone fan that attaches to the back of your device, or even simply take off the case.
Speaking of heat, as climate change ratchets up temperatures across the U.S., millions of the poorest Americans are grappling with their air conditioning bills, trying to pay their costly air conditioning bills. While President Biden has invested billions in federal programs that subsidize the poorest Americans' energy costs, the help reaches only a fraction of the most vulnerable during the sweltering summer months. Nationwide, around 30 million Americans struggle to afford their energy bills and qualify for the subsidy, but less than 3% actually receive that federal assistance for their summer bills. Experts say it is just woefully underfunded.
I imagine it varies from state to state, but aren't there guardrails in place that would keep power from being shut off during the hottest months of the year and during the coldest months of the year?
I would hope so, but I mean, we've heard too many stories about how people don't turn their air conditioning on because they can't afford it and have died from heat stroke. Yeah. So I don't know.
Would hope that's the case, too. Futures markets after another down day yesterday, at least early, are starting in the green. The Dow is up 177. That's 0.5%. The S&P is up 25. The NASDAQ, as we wait for these inflation figures coming out later this morning, is up 103.
Coming up next on KSL News Radio, another look at your morning commute. I-15 at a normal pace so far this early. That's coming up on KSL News Radio.
Sometimes it's the news. A wildfire is still burning 11 miles southeast of Beaver. Other times, the traffic and weather. Slowdowns in several spots on I-15.
There have been some impressive thunderstorms around the state.
And most of the time, it's both. The first ever pill to treat severe postpartum depression just got FDA approval.
Delays continue in Parley's Canyon westbound I-80.
Get everything you need. News, traffic, and weather in one place. Mornings and afternoons on KSL News Radio. Your all-day companion for news.
Les Olson IT is now a Rico Graphic Arts and Production Systems dealer. Rico chose Les Olson because of our reputation for superior service and national recognition. Les Olson IT chose Rico Graphics because they're the best value compared to other commercial-grade printers. Rico excels in high volume, high speed, high resolution, and offers an exciting fifth color. Learn more at lesolson.com.
Les Olson IT.
Any Hour Services can make sure your AC keeps you cool this summer. Whether you need a tune-up, repair, or just a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Tim and I are on the road tomorrow. Looking forward to this. Join us at the grand opening of the new Bedrock Quartz location. We'll be in Spanish Fork tomorrow afternoon from 1 to 3. Get more information at bedrockquartz.com.
And just like yesterday, they're promising to feed us when we go out and see some of our favorite people. It is 5:29. Time for us to get a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Back to Andy Farnsworth.
I-15 traffic still looking good as you travel through the valley, whether you're going north or south between Salt Lake City and Draper. We've got traffic filling in a little bit on Bangerter Highway close to the 21st South Freeway, but it looks good in Tooele City, or Tooele County, from Tooele City up to Lake Point on SR 36. Heather?
Still not a lot of traffic in Weber and Davis County, so the few cars that are out and about are going to have a very smooth commute, and everyone's playing nicely with each other so far this morning. That means no accidents on city streets or major freeways, so whether you take I-15, US 89, or I-84 through the mountains, everybody's traveling at speed. Eric?
And we're back up to a normal pace. Southbound I-15 Utah County did have some slowing earlier between Orem and Provo, but right now things are moving along nicely. And on the northbound side, it's a 30-minute drive from Santaquin to Point of the Mountain if you're going to do the whole stretch. On I-80 through Pardley's Canyon, just still got a little bit of westbound slowing up over the top of Pardley Summit, but the rest of the way into the valley is looking just fine. Murdoch Hyundai is celebrating 97 years. Right now, receive 3.29% for 5 years on the Tucson or Santa Fe. When you walk through their doors, you feel like family. At Murdoch Hyundai in Logan, Linden, Murray, or online at murdochhyundai.com. Eric Butler, the KSL Traffic Center.
Today will be another beautiful day. A high of 91 degrees, just a few clouds. We have a slight chance of a shower tomorrow, 30% chance of a shower moving in, and we'll stay in the right around 90 degrees until mid next week when it warms back up to the mid 90s. Right now it's 73 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning, KSL News Time, 5:30.
KSL's top story this hour.
It's a developing story. The Davis School District settling with the families of 3 black students who say they were punished after being racially harassed.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Amanda, this settlement comes just a day after the district settled a high-profile case with the family of Izzy Tishner, a 10-year-old black student with autism who died by suicide after her family said she was being bullied. Now, these 3 students say they were disciplined after reporting racism, and their parents turned and sued the district. The Salt Lake Tribune reports one student says they were slapped across the face by a white student just for asking them to quiet down at an assembly, and was subsequently threatened discipline by their teacher. Another was accused as the aggressor after being bullied for some time by a white student and was being racially harassed. The 3 will get a combined $200,000 for what happened. The district superintendent has apologized to the families, and this settlement officially ends all outstanding claims against the district. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Also, some breaking news. West Valley City Police are investigating a shooting that left 1 man dead. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston is live with the details this hour. Peter?
Tim, Lieutenant Bill Merritt from the West Valley City Police Department says officers got a call at 11 last night about a shooting that took place at the intersection of 4200 South and Bluebird Drive. He says witnesses saw at least 2 suspects driving away from the scene.
It looks like this was a targeted event. It was not random, but it looks like the individuals involved possibly know each other.
The victim is a man in at least his 30s, and the Major Crimes Unit is checking sources to see what kind of car the suspects used to drive away. Reporting live, Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
KSL in the classroom. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
There are still openings for crossing guards across the state, with kids starting to return to the classroom in the next few days. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson tells us why.
Casey Warrens, Assistant Chief of Police for Riverdale City, says it's a difficult position to fill. The crossing guard schedule can be a deterrent for a lot of applicants since guards have to be in place morning, then midday, and then again in the afternoon.
Warren says police officers sometimes step in to fill the gaps. He hopes people realize what an important position it is.
With kids heading back to schools, many parents are worried about making sure their kids are able to get there safely if they're walking to class. KSL TV's Katya Stepovich says a new program, Safe Routes Utah, helps parents and children communicate safe ways to get to school.
So far this year, 22 crashes have happened in school zones in particular. Luckily, none of them were fatal, but Safe Route says that is 22 too many.
Safe Routes also offers school assemblies and crossing guard training, along with software that maps out the safest routes from certain neighborhoods to schools.
As Utah's population expands, so do our colleges. A new alumni center at UVU is just one of several steps the school is taking to prepare students. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit has details.
Among the thousands of UVU's alumni, many have chosen to stay here in Utah.
86% of our students remain in Utah to help build the state.
Val Peterson is the school's Vice President of Administration and Strategic Relations. He foresees a future where UVU's graduates meet the needs of Utah's growing population.
Nursing, accounting, engineers, hotel managers. We just added a physician's assistance program here.
For Peterson, it's rewarding to know that UVU's future is also part of Utah's future. Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
Utahns are using more water than last year. Experts say that's not necessarily a bad thing as long as people stay water conscious. Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities Water Conservation Manager Stephanie Dewar says there are some simple ways to reduce your water use.
The simplest way for someone to save water, you don't have to recalculate your controller. You don't have to think hard. Just wait a day or two to water. It's that simple.
Dewar recommends giving your soil a chance to soften by running your sprinklers for 8 minutes, waiting an hour, then running all stations for another 8 minutes to get moisture deep into your lawn and garden.
Hawaiian officials say at least 36 people are dead and dozens injured after devastating wind-driven wildfires tore through the island of Maui. Thousands of people were forced to evacuate Wednesday when the flames tore through the popular town of Lahaina. Leif Wright describes the chaos as he evacuated.
It was pandemonium. It was maybe 15, 20 feet of visibility. This lady comes walking out of the smoke, just covered in soot. No shoes, walking aimlessly with two dogs kind of like following her.
Many beloved landmarks, including the largest banyan tree in the U.S., were destroyed in the fire.
That tree was 150 years old. There was a church, 200-year-old church, that had just celebrated its 200th birthday.
What a horrible situation.
An American nurse and her daughter are free in Haiti almost 2 weeks after they were kidnapped at the clinic where the mother works. It all started on July 30th when the pair were kidnapped in Port-au-Prince. It was the same day the State Department issued its highest-level travel advisory for Haiti, ordering non-essential personnel to leave.
First look traffic now, and here's Andy Farnsworth.
And so far, traffic moving pretty well this morning as you head into Salt Lake City. Haven't seen any real delays at this point. Traffic a little bit heavy, though, on westbound I-80 as you come over from Sugar House towards 1300 East. When it comes to trusted, affordable auto care, nobody does it better than Burt Brothers Tire and Service. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
We are hearing audio from the body-worn cameras that were worn by Las Vegas police SWAT team members as they carried out a search warrant last month in the rekindled investigation into the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. The home of a possible accomplice in Shakur's murder was searched after the case had gone cold.
We have a search warrant for the residence. You need to come out with your hands up.
It was a dark night in July when the Las Vegas SWAT team moved in, raiding the home of Dwayne Keith Davis, known as Keefy D. He has claimed he is one of only two people alive who witnessed a drive-by murder of Tupac Shakur, the other being Suge Knight, who's in prison for a deadly hit and run. For the first time from body-worn cameras, you're now hearing police move in and pull out Davis, who was angry about the raid.
Can you put this hand on top of your head for me for a second, please?
Police seized computers, photos, and other evidence. A grand jury will help decide if charges will be filed in the murder. Alex Stone, EBC News.
It's the perfect weekend to head outside, ideally somewhere with very dark skies. The Perseid meteor shower is putting on a show Saturday and Sunday. Experts say to find a spot with little to no light pollution. The forecast has been nice and cloud-free lately, so there's a good chance that many Utahns will get a nice view of the shower.
So far, so good on the roads out there. Looks like we're off to a good start. Northbound from Provo, southbound from Ogden. Kicking off this Thursday morning commute. We'll check traffic and weather next.
Start your day with all news in the morning. Then hear Dave and Dejanovic talk about the biggest stories from 9 to noon.
Should golf carts be banned on city streets?
I don't want any kids hurt. Well, we take these chances every day.
Breaking news, important talk, all morning on KSL News Radio.
If you've had painful kidney stones, you know you don't want more. Moonstone Stone Stopper is a simple solution that works. Created and recommended by top kidney stone doctors, Stone Stopper is an alkali citrate formula scientifically proven to prevent crystallization. Stone Stopper's patented formula is gentle on the stomach and is available in easy-to-swallow capsules, gummies, and powder drinks that make hydration delicious. Stone Stopper is available at participating Walmart and Walgreens stores. Look for the red stop sign on the bottom shelf of the vitamin aisle. For more information or to find a store near you, go to stonestopper.com.
We arrived this morning to word of yet another shooting, this time in West Valley, that left one man dead. Peter Johnston is following up on the details as they become available this morning.
5:39, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. And back to you, Andy.
Amanda, travel looking good through I-15's corridor, Dade Draper to downtown. We got a crash reported out on the west side at 5600 west, 4700 south in West Valley. It does look like some eastbound slowing, perhaps going through the intersection at the moment, although from what I can tell, it looks like north-south traffic is okay for now. Mountain View not seeing any slow spots just yet. Heather?
No slowing yet through Weber and Davis counties, but traffic is starting to fill in southbound I-15 in Davis County, especially between Clearfield, Layton, Kaysville area. No problems on US 89 or Legacy Parkway, and city streets are still fairly quiet, but we're also seeing a few extra cars on some of those roads as well. Eric.
Along the 215 eastbound heading north from 6200 south, all the way up to the mouth of Parley's Canyon, then on to Foothill Drive. All of that looks good. Going up towards the University of Utah, if that's where you're going. I-15 Utah County, northbound, southbound, that's also in good shape. Update your kitchen with Durden's Appliance, where they meet any competitor's price. Visit Durdens.com or on 5th South and Bountiful. Durden's, brands you know at prices you'll love. I'm Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another August day expected to fall below normal today. High of 91, partly cloudy skies, and a very slight chance for a pop-up isolated storm south of Salt Lake. Overnight lows right around 70, partly cloudy skies. Into tomorrow, we go 90 degrees and a chance for thunderstorms. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Fair skies out there to start the morning, 72 degrees.
So shocking to learn yesterday about that man in Provo who threatened the president and was shot and killed by the FBI. We're going to learn more about that situation. And, I heard neighbors of his say, it better be about more than just Facebook posts. Let's try and flesh that out a little bit more when we talk to Brad Garrett, our crime and terrorism expert, next on KSL News Radio.
Stay with us at 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. Thanks again for starting your morning early with Tim and Amanda on KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, we all know the big game can get pretty unpredictable, which is why you need a connection that is anything but to watch it. With the Xfinity 10G network, you get the reliable connection you need to stream your favorite sports, from baseball, everything in between. Catch it all on the network. Catch it all on the network made for streaming. All the big plays, all the drama and excitement. Stream it all without missing a beat. You're looking for even more entertainment? The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. Everything's changing so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Stream it all without missing a beat. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus special financing. Ends Monday. See store for details.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies, for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
This is the year to go see Utah Symphony and Utah Opera. All shows have just gone on sale at the best prices you'll see this year. Get tickets for your favorites at usuo.org.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
They were all there. My grandparents, all the cousins. I was the first one in my family to graduate from college. They were so proud. After the ceremony, my mom gave me a necklace with my birthstone. I wear it every day. Sometimes I even think it carries a secret superpower, that when I wear it, everything will be okay.
We carry the widest selection of handcrafted jewelry, made to help everybody shine bright. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
Prices are slashed.
This means hot deals at Dave's Bernina.
At their St. George and Provo locations.
I mean, offers so good we can't tell you the prices, and they won't last long.
Up to 48 months, no interest on certain models.
Come in now for this 3-day event. See the world premiere of the all-new Bernina 790 Pro machine with features you've never seen before, such as a computerized quilting option. Order one now and get a free accessory package worth over $2,400.
Purchase a new Bernina L890
or LH60
and receive all these free gifts,
such as a thread collection and sewing accessories,
Serger suitcase, and the Big Book of Serging. Amazing bargains on previously owned machines while they last that come with warranties.
Starting at $399. So many other hot deals and offers. Come in and take advantage of this sale.
Dave's Bernina, 691 East St. George Boulevard and 2017 North 550 West in Provo.
Good morning, KSL News Time, 5:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a shooting in West Valley City has left a man dead, and police say at least 2 suspects were involved. Officers believe the victim and the suspects knew each other and that this killing was premeditated. I'm KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston.
Second,
KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston.
Second, the Davis School District has settled with the families of multiple black students who say they were disciplined for reporting incidents of racism.
Third, it's traffic and weather together.
Speeds on I-15, so far so good. Salt Lake, Davis, Utah counties. Crash reported out in West Valley, 5600 west, 4700 south. The only thing marring the drive so far. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Thunderstorms in southern Utah today with monsoon moisture increasing. I'm Matt Johnson.
72 downtown.
With KSL's top national stories.
At least 36 people dead now in the devastating wildfires on the island of Maui, Hawaii. ABC's Gio Benitez is there.
We know that there are 3 wildfires still burning here on Maui. You can smell it in the air. And that historic Lahaina town, it is just gone. You know, this is a place always so filled with joy, filled with aloha. But this morning here, there is extreme sadness, of course, over the loss of life.
Nearly 300 buildings have burned. Dustin Johnson among many in hard-hit Lahaina, running into the water to escape the flames.
I was the last one off the dock when the firestorm came through the banyan tree and took everything with it.
Airlines are adding planes to help with evacuations while flights into Maui are canceled. Coming out later this morning, the Consumer Price Index with a look at inflation and weekly jobless claims. And singer Lizzo facing 6 new complaints from workers accusing her of operating a sexually charged environment and failing to make payroll. Lizzo and her team deny it. I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. It seems that political violence is growing with each new set of charges against former President Trump, creating a complicated situation for law enforcement as the 2024 election draws near.
Joining us live on the KSL Newsline is ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett. Let's talk, Brad, about what happened with the FBI and this man in Provo yesterday.
So obviously the FBI convinced a federal magistrate that they had enough probable cause to go into this guy's house, and it would have to be fairly detailed, and then also a probable cause to arrest him. And so armed with that, and I suspect armed with a lot of intelligence about this guy, like weapons that he has, other threats that he's made, as he actually in the past threatened to kill people. They would have all that package. So when you go to a house like that, you tend to take firepower with you because you don't know what you're going to run into. My guess is they probably have the SWAT team with them. But the point being, they get into the house or at some point in or around the house, I'm going to guess inside. He probably, and I don't know this as a guess, pulled up a weapon or attempted to shoot one of them, and they killed him. Not surprising, and as you mentioned at the top of the story, that it's just going to grow. You've got 3 indictments now against former President Trump. You know, the belief is that Georgia may well charge him this month. These types of cases and these individuals who are prone to turn their anger and rage into violence is going to get bigger, in my view.
This obviously came to a head because the president is in Utah today, arrived yesterday.
Sure.
How does it get on the radar, though, of the FBI? Is this something that Facebook would report? Is it looking for keywords that kick it out? Help us understand.
Okay, so it depends. You know, the Secret Service obviously are the primary protectors 24/7 of the president, vice president, and others. I don't know if they came across this initially and then obviously told the FBI, because when it turns into a real threat, the FBI is the lead. And so I don't know where this started. It could have started online. It could have started through a tip. To your point about, do they use algorithms to look for things? They do. And depending on what social media outlet he was using, they may have also helped. It's hard to say. I'd have to know more about that.
But I think that,
but it can come to you in various directions.
Sorry, Brad. I just wanted to make clear that he wasn't killed for his political beliefs. He was killed because
of course not.
Yeah, I think that some people are confusing that.
You got to understand that I've done versions of this arrest a lot in my FBI because of the type of crimes I worked. And you always go, you never want to shoot anybody. But if somebody points a weapon at you, you tell them to put it down and they bring it up to their shoulder, you don't really have much choice to shoot them. So this has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with violence. Whether it was you and I threatened or it was the president. Now, obviously, it's going to get ratcheted up more because it's the president. And it's other well-known politicians in New York that he also threatened to kill, like the district attorney of Manhattan. So yeah, I mean, when you go, it's not about the guy's beliefs. It's about his actions. And if his actions justify shooting him, he's going to get shot. And that's what happened.
All right, Brad, thanks for your inside analysis here. ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett joins us every Thursday morning here on KSL. It's 5:49, time for a look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Let's go back to Andy Farnsworth.
Traffic on I-15 looks good this morning as you travel through Salt Lake County. We've got traffic on Mountain View slowing a bit at 3500 South, and a report of a crash at 5600 West, 4700 South, but I only see minor delays through the intersection, and it seems like most of it, at least as far as the backups, are eastbound at the moment. Tooele County, traffic just getting a little bit heavy in Stansbury Park is all you'll see as you travel from Tooele City to Lake Point. Heather?
We're starting to get a bit more traffic through Weber and Davis counties, especially trying to enter in all 3 gates of Hill Air Force Base. Now, there's no excessive delays to get in. It's just that's where we're seeing more traffic fill in at the moment. I-15, everybody's still at freeway speeds between Ogden and Salt Lake, so that'll take you less than 30 minutes. Eric?
Still got a slight amount of northbound slowing on State Street and Orem approaching the 800 North intersection. That's about it in Utah County. I-15 looks sharp from Payson to Point of the Mountain. It's a 28-minute drive. Getting over to the freeway, no problem so far for Eagle Mountain or Saratoga Springs drivers. Don't let tax problems ruin your life. Let Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox handle the IRS so you don't have to. Visit TaxHelpUT.com. That's TaxHelpUT.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. How about 3 degrees below the normal today at 91? Partly cloudy skies with monsoon moisture increasing out of the south, so there is a slight chance for a storm south of Salt Lake. 90 tomorrow, chance for storms. 89, mostly cloudy with storms in the mountains on Saturday. Partly cloudy Sunday, 91. Back to the valley storm activity on Monday, 91 again. We go to 93 by Tuesday, mostly sunny and 95 for your Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's 72 downtown, and a 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
We have green numbers to start the day after a couple of down days on the markets. We'll check your money news coming up next.
Hey guys, Alex and Scott for Alpine Home Medical, bringing wellness home for so long to so many people, and now they're bringing it also to the people in Tooele. Yes, a brand new store in Tooele. They're so excited to announce for Alpine Home Medical. If you go to alpinehomemedical.com, you can see all of the different variety of so many products that they can offer you for that in-home health experience. And Scott, we've been talking about this and singing their praises for years, and there's a reason we do it.
Well, we do it because they really take great care of you. I mean, it can be intimidating. You don't know what to get. You don't know how it fits. And you walk in the store, and from the minute you walk in the store, they're going to take care of you. They're going to sit you down. They're going to go through all of the insurance, everything, how much it's going to cost you to get all of this taken care of. But then they're going to fit you right, whatever it might be. And once you've been fitted and everything works, then you go home, and guess what? They're going to take care of you after you get home as well.
Lift chairs, CPAP supplies, whether or not you want to take care of that person who needs more safety in the bathroom, whatever it is, Alpine Home Medical is going to help you out. alpinehomemedical.com. Just say you heard it from Alex and Scott. alpinehomemedical.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Warmer weather is here, and Skinny Utah would like to help you shape up for summer by losing 20 pounds in the next 40 days. That's right, 20 pounds in as little as 40 days. That's the Skinny Utah promise. Skinny Utah will customize every plan because no two bodies are alike. Their proven program is 100% natural. There are never any prepackaged meals or shakes to buy, and they never use dangerous drugs or hormones. Skinny Utah will teach you how to eat real food you buy at the store. Take the first step to a healthier new you and schedule your free weight loss strategy session at skinnyutah.com. A $300 value, absolutely free. Skinny Utah has offices in Draper, Orem, Centerville, and St. George, and they're extending their couple special, where the second person is half price. Schedule your free weight loss strategy session today at skinnyutah.com. That's skinnyutah.com. At Skinny Utah, you have nothing to lose but the weight.
Watching Utah's Money is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. For the second time this year, Disney is raising prices for its streaming services. Ad-free versions of Disney Plus and Hulu will cost 20% more, with the company also promising to crack down on password sharing, similar to Netflix's recent move.
Your money at this moment, the futures are up. Dow futures up 156, that's 0.4%. S&P futures up 18, that's 0.4. The NASDAQ futures up 80, which is 0.5%.
And it's the 100-day countdown to Cougar football, brought to you by Bish's RV. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
BYU quarterback Keaton Slovis has people around the Cougar football program thinking he's been a signal caller at BYU for years. He's immersed himself in the program after stints at USC and Pitt. He's felt comfortable in the offense that Aaron Roderick has put Slovis in. Roderick can't wait to unleash Slovis this season for Cougar fans.
He's done a great job up to this point. And now, it's a matter of in these next few weeks just fine-tuning things so that when we play in a real game, we go out there and, I'm excited for him to go out there and prove that he's the quarterback that I believe he is and that he believes he is. And we have to go prove it. But we have the next few weeks to tighten everything up, and I expect him to play very well for us.
To get the latest insight on Slovis and the BYU football team during fall camp, subscribe to the Cougar Tracks podcast on the KSL Sports app. Countdown to Cougar football, 23 days to go. I'm Mitch Harper, KSL Sports.
It's a rare visit. President Biden is here from a sitting U.S. president.
The details of his trip closely guarded.
There's a lot of personnel that are involved. We've done this before.
Follow President Biden Stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and there's lots of summertime left, and NPS knows that, and they have put some additional savings on things that are wonderful for the last of the summertime season. Now, remember, NPS stores have everything 30 to 70% off every single day. So when I talk about these sales, that's additional savings, like 50% off all swimming pools and accessories. How about sunglasses? 30% off. Some exclusions apply there. Summertime sandals, 30% off. And of course, for your back-to-school needs, NPS is absolutely perfect. I want to talk about the industrial store. They have great things there. Salt Lake location only. 70% off masks, safety vests, football helmets. How about 50% off all single golf clubs, golfing gloves, bats, you name it. Bicycles, accessories, helmets, inner tubes, 50% off. It's all waiting for you at NPS.
Win great prizes from KSL News Radio. This week, win a family 4-pack of tickets to Lagoon. Lagoon, it's what fun is. Or win tickets to an upcoming Real Salt Lake game at America First Field. We're here for RSL. Plus, we're counting down to the kickoff of college football with Bish's RV, and you could win a new travel trailer and BYU football season tickets. Get started now by texting the word contest to 57500 or visit kslnewsradio.com/contest.
5:59, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Andy?
Amanda, traffic in Salt Lake County still holding up well on I-15 and so far on I-215, but out on the west side, you've got some heavy traffic, Mountain View Corridor, 62 and 5400 south, and we may still have some cleanup of a crash going at 47 south, 5600 west. Heather?
We're seeing a bit more traffic fill in southbound I-15 in Davis County, as well as on the city streets, but no big delays. Eric?
And I-15 looks great in Utah County, northbound from Provo to Lehigh. Questions Worth Exploring is a new speaker series event designed for today's concerns and faith-centered conversations. Learn from thoughtful voices about gospel questions. Join them August 25th. Get tickets at DeseretBookPresents.com. Eric Butler, the KSL Traffic Center.
On our way to a high of 91, it's 72 downtown.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 6 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
A presidential visit. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
President Biden just hours away from speaking at the VA hospital this morning during his visit to Utah.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage from the VA. Adam?
Amanda, I'm here where the president is going to be speaking in just a matter of hours. Just a huge setup behind a podium where everything is all nice and decorated, a bunch of flags. The president is expected to be speaking now 1 year in since the PACT Act was passed. This expands healthcare and compensation for veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. We're looking at probably sometime after 9 o'clock. That's the final check-in time us media members have been given to be in here. We're getting all set up right now. Everyone is in town today. The president, again, speaking in just a few hours. We will bring you the very latest live coverage all day here on KSL News Radio. Reporting live at the VA, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
President Biden was met at Salt Lake International yesterday by several state leaders, Governor Spencer Cox and First Lady Abby Cox. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall and Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson all spoke with the president. KSL News Radio's Mark Jackson continues our team coverage.
Mayor Jenny Wilson tells KSL 5 the brief chat upon the presidential arrival centered around bipartisanship in a red state with pockets of blue.
And we conveyed back that we do work together. I think we call it Utah's secret sauce, that we try to set aside partisanship and work together.
According to the Salt Lake Tribune, Mayor Aaron Mendenhall says Mr. Biden talked about his times as a young congressman building bipartisan relationships.
Governor Cox will join the president for a visit to Salt Lake City's Veteran Affairs Health Center today to highlight the first anniversary of the PACT Act.
Crowds will be thick near the U of U and at the VA today with the president's visit. The Salt Lake City VA says the visit will not impact veteran care, and all campus gates and parking garages will be open. But they say to expect street closures on campus, so patients should leave a few extra minutes to get to the hospital.
West Valley City is getting its first homeless shelter. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston is live with more. Peter?
Tim, that's West Valley City, and it's part of a winter plan for unhoused people during the cold months. The Salt Lake Tribune reports that the new facility is going to have 170 beds, but one member of that task force behind the plan says leaders are keeping its location a secret, at least for now. That's probably because of what happened in 2017. City leaders there and in South Salt Lake flatly rejected a county plan to place several shelters at proposed locations. The city manager then told the Salt Lake Tribune that they would go to whatever length they needed to prevent the shelters from popping up in their city, and back then they succeeded. Reporting live, Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
St. George police have made an arrest in the death of a 2-year-old girl. Her mother's boyfriend, Randy Lessing, is now charged with child abuse homicide. Emmeline Mitchell was pronounced dead on July 24th, several days after sustaining significant trauma to the head. Court documents say she was alone with Lessing at the time of the injury. Doctors say the girl had injuries consistent with child abuse. Lessing is a convicted felon. He pled guilty to third-degree theft in March of last year.
Thousands of people in Maui forced to evacuate with flames tearing through the famous town of Lahaina. ABC's Gio Benitez is in Maui.
You have this major tourist center, the heartbeat of Maui, you would call it, the Lahaina town, just gone. Every boat that's in the harbor, that's gone. There's a famous banyan tree that's just beloved by tourists and locals alike. That's gone as well. So this is going to take so much rebuilding. One local who escaped the fire, he told me Maui will never be the same.
36 people confirmed dead now from the fire. The blaze was fanned by winds coming off Hurricane Dora.
The top state prosecutor in Orlando, Florida, who was elected to her position, is defiant after being suspended by Governor Ron DeSantis. The governor claims she is acting like a dictator.
This is an outrage.
DeSantis removed Monique Worrell for what he calls neglect of duty. She faced criticism this week after 2 police officers were shot, allegedly by a man with a long criminal history who had been released on bond. The governor and the local police union accusing Worrell of being soft on violent offenders. Worrell, who was elected in 2020 with 66% of the vote, says crime is down. Worrell is the second Democratic state attorney removed by DeSantis. He suspended Tampa area prosecutor Andrew Warren for suggesting he would not enforce Florida's 15-week abortion law.
ABC's Andrea Fujii reporting.
We'll get more information on an important economic indicator when the weekly jobless claims report drops this morning.
Economists have been saying it's only a matter of time before the job market begins to show signs of cooling off. Last week's jobless claims report indicates that time may have come. The number of Americans who filed first-time claims rose by 6,000 to 227,000 from the week before, and that trend could continue this week. The overall number, though, is still historically low.
KSL News Time is 6:05. It's time for First Look Traffic, and here's Andy Farnsworth.
Well, Amanda, we got a crash on the ramp from southbound 15 to go to Beck Street in North Salt Lake. It does look like a portion of the ramp is blocked. You may be able to get by on the far right shoulder. That's the only crash on or near the freeways. The only other crash we've had reported is out at 47 South 5600 West in West Valley. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Rising mortgage rates are discouraging new buyers.
Mortgage rates jumped over 7% last week, and that hit demand hard. The average rate on the 30-year fix for conforming loans rose to 7.09% from 6.93%. That's for loans with 20% down. Jumbos hit 7.04%, and the rate on an FHA loan rose to 7.02%. That is the highest for that loan in 21 years. Remember, FHAs are low down payment loans favored by first-time buyers or lower income buyers.
CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Oleg says demand is falling for both new home purchase loans and refinancing.
Guitarist Robbie Robertson of The Band has died at the age of 80.
Take a load off Robbie Robertson was a high school dropout who joined the band The Hawks, supporting rockabilly star Ronnie Hawkins, which turned into the band supporting Bob Dylan. The band forged their own sound with songs like Up on Cripple Creek, The Weight, and The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down. Robertson said in a 2019 AP interview he was still proud of the band's self-titled album.
Nobody was doing anything like this. Nobody was writing songs like that. Nobody was making music that sounded like that. It was totally against the grain.
I'm Margie Zaraletta.
Coming up, we'll check your traffic and weather together on KSL.
Boyd Matheson helps you to think about the news differently.
President Joe Biden will visit the Beehive State. Will this be a campaign stop that's pretty controlled?
Join an elevated conversation. Inside Sources from 1 to 3. Then Jeff Kaplan and his Minute of News on the drive home on KSL News Radio.
You've been following my SOTA weight loss journey for almost 20 months now. I lost 37 pounds in the first 12 weeks. Amazing. Feel different, look different, able to act different. And all of it came through just the power and simplicity of SOTA. SOTA stands for state-of-the-art weight loss because it is. You've got that weekly one-on-one coaching that I love to talk about, that accountability piece. And not just accountability, but insight. When you have a question, you're not sure, you're hesitating, you just text, you just call. You have access to your own nutritionist to keep you right on pace and keep everything going. It's also a whole 100% 360-degree look at how you approach nutrition. Getting your body the right energy, the right nutrients at the right time does make all the difference. And it's part of what makes SOTA so successful, not just for me, but for countless other people. As I said, I'm 20 months down the road, right on path, right where I've been for almost 20 months now. Same thing can happen for you. As I always say, when it comes to your SOTA weight loss journey, there's no time to lose. There's only time to win. So get winning. Start with SOTA weight loss today. Check it out at SOTAweightloss.com, SOTAweightloss.com.
Summer days and summer nights. There's nothing like it. And Paris RV is here to help you create those magical memories. Utah's known for its incredible backcountries, where the landscapes vary with mountains, deserts, lakes, and rivers. From the Uintas to Zion National Park and everywhere in between. Whether it's OHV, fishing, mountain biking, hiking, boating, golfing, kayaking, or just relaxing with friends or family, Paris RV has every RV option under the sun or moon to get you outdoors in style and comfort. Load your family now into the open range 26 BH bunkhouse. Sleeps 8 for only $21,995 or $247 a month. Or load the OHVs into the Stryker 2313 toy hauler with 13 feet of cargo space for only $51,995 or $413 a month. Or hook up to the easy to tow Rockwood 1640 LTD tent trailer for only $12,995 or $146 a month. Remember, you only have 18 summers with your kids.
The family that RVs together stays together at Paris RV.
Go to ParisRV.com.
Advanced Window Products. Affordable windows from their factory to your front door in 8 weeks. Guaranteed. 801-850-9100 or AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
Time again for a look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Andy?
Tim, I-15 looks good from Draper to Salt Lake right now. Stayed a little bit busy in Sandy coming up on 114th South. We also have the crash out in West Valley, 56 West, 4700 South, still being cleaned up. Heather?
We've got good speeds on I-15 in Weber and Davis counties, but once you get into North Salt Lake, if you plan to exit southbound I-15 to get onto Beck Street, there is a crash blocking the left side of that ramp. All the vehicles are getting by on the right shoulder, but it is slowing people down just a little bit as they pass by. Other than that, things look good, especially on Legacy Parkway in the West Side Belt if you're heading to the airport. Eric?
No such problems as far as crashes or delays in Utah County. I-15 looking good from Provost University Avenue to Point of the Mountain. Northbound, that's a 20-minute drive. Timpanogos Highway traffic westbound from Highlands, Cedar Hills, Alpine. That's also looking good, as is eastbound from Eagle Mountain or Saratoga Springs over to the freeway. Enjoy low-maintenance, single-level luxury living planned community. Access to golf, pickleball, and open trails. Nilson Homes in Davis-Weber County. Visit NILSONhomes.com. NilsonHomes.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Look for partly cloudy skies this afternoon, high of 91, and a very slight chance for a storm south of Salt Lake. Into the overnight, partly cloudy, 70 degrees. Tomorrow, 90, with a chance for thunderstorms. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Fair skies to greet you first thing this morning, 72 degrees.
So do you do meetings on Zoom?
Only here,
Yeah.
with KSL, but usually it's on our Teams app.
Yeah, I use Teams a lot more too, but a lot of my friends, good heavens, a lot of my friends use Zoom, and they're changing their terms of service in a way that you might want to know about. So we'll explain with Jim Ryan coming up next on KSL.
All right, stay with us. We'll explain next at 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. It's Tim and Amanda here to start your day on your all-day companion for news.
One of the things that Superior Water and Air installed in our home is an air purifier. I have a son with asthma, and even just, you don't have to have a child with asthma. You might just want the air in your house to be as clean and free from particulates as it can be. And sometimes the air quality in your house is worse than the air quality outside, even when it's smoky. So I got this air purifier, and I have like hospital grade quality air filters now so that we don't, we get rid of those germs just as fast as we can.
You know what's great is all of that because you were educated with the pros at Superior Water and Air.
I didn't even know it was an option until they were there fixing something else. I can't remember what it was. And we got to talking, and then I got that air purifier.
I've told you how I like to shadow the guys when they're doing their tune-ups on our heater or our air conditioning system because I'd like to know what's going on and what they're looking for. So if there's little signs that I could probably see just as a homeowner, then I'd know to call them ahead of time before there's a real problem. But they're always so great at helping you understand exactly what's happening.
Yeah. Superior Water and Air, whether it's one of those big pieces of equipment like your water heater or whether it's plumbing or whether it's just a small little issue, they can handle it.
As they like to say, we got this. Call them at 801-974-9090 or go to superiorwaterandair.com.
The name's Osborne, Josh Osborne, and I'm so excited to announce our 00 summer sale here at Volkswagen Southtown.
Summers are for thrills, chills, and hot deals. Get a new high-tech VW for nothing down and no payments for 90 days. Our 00 agents are standing by to make sure you pay nothing down and have no payments for 3 months so you can achieve your top secret mission this summer.
Come see why we're Utah's #1 Volkswagen dealer. Get to VWSouthtown.com.
2022 VW rankings. Financing through VCI on select models OAC. See dealer for details.
At Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, we made a bold promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Join us in realizing our vision for the future of pediatric care. So together, we can expand primary children's impact and ensure every child has access to the right care at the right place at the right time. For a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Help us continue to do so for the next 100 years. To get involved, visit primarypromise.org.
The Utah Division of Emergency Management says make a plan. Identify a meeting place outside your home in case of fire and outside your neighborhood in case you're separated in a disaster. Get a kit. Besides your disaster kit, have at least a 2-week supply of food and water stored at home. Be informed. Check your earthquake and flood insurance. And finally, get involved. Remember, when family members take action toward preparedness, you will all be ready. For more, visit beready.utah.gov. That's beready.utah.gov.
Don't be worried. Be ready. KSL News Radio is partnering with Be Ready Utah to provide the plans your family needs for an emergency, the tools and supplies to keep on hand, and the knowledge on how to keep a cool head. It's Be Ready Utah. Listen for Be Ready tips and tools each Tuesday with Dave Dujanovic. Plus, find the latest preparation info at beready.utah.gov. That's beready.utah.gov. Be Ready, Utah, with KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 6:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
the Davis School District has settled with the families of multiple black students who say they were disciplined for reporting incidents of racism. On KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, federal court documents are showing extremist and violent posts shared by Craig Robertson, who is the man killed in Provo by the FBI.
Third, it's traffic and weather together.
I-15 looks good in Salt Lake and Davis counties right now. In Utah County, both the freeway and the city streets are moving well for the most part, despite some busy traffic, it looks like, going north on State Street in Orem. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy today with monsoon moisture increasing out of the south. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 72 downtown.
With KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. Devastating wildfires on the island of Maui, Hawaii, killing at least 36 people now, and more could be dead as crews start searching through hundreds of burned buildings.
It is just one way in and out, right? It is one road. And so that made it very difficult to get people out. Right now, this is closed off because they are still doing those search and rescue efforts there in Lahaina town. No doubt about it, that is going to take so much of the day.
ABC's Gio Benitez on the ground for us in Lahaina. Nearly 300 buildings have burned, airlines adding planes to help with evacuations of residents and tourists while flights into Maui are canceled.
Let's go in depth here. Zoom has changed its terms of service.
Joining us live on the KSL Newsline is ABC News correspondent Jim Ryan. What do we need to know about this, Jim? Hello? Do we have Jim?
Oh, you know what? We need Corey. We need Corey in the other room. They are changing their terms of service, and without reading the fine print, you may be granting Zoom permission to use their images. Let's get Jim into the conversation. Tell us more, Jim.
Morning, guys. Yeah, it really points out the importance of reading that fine print before you click on I agree, no matter what it is. And with Zoom, Hacker News says that, yeah, you really need to read it because, according to Hacker News, a post there, clicking on that gives Zoom essentially rights to use content from your meetings, from your images, from notes that you took on meetings to train the Zoom artificial intelligence systems. It's troubling to people who have concerns about privacy. They say that this information could fall out of the hands of people who initially owned it. Zoom wants to clarify, though, that even if your information is used, if a Zoom meeting or images or notes you took during that Zoom meeting are used to train AI, it's only done so with your permission. And by the way, you still own the rights to all that stuff, to all that material. But if you opt in, then yes, that may be used to train up the AI that Zoom is offering.
This is an issue with lots of formats, isn't it? That they're using content from Facebook and other social media sites to train AI?
Well, yes. In this case, though, it's specifically within Zoom. So, but let's say you get away from Zoom and go to Otter or to Microsoft or some other streaming meeting service. Well, they too, Otter and Microsoft, are using AI to transcribe meetings and to then answer questions based on that meeting content later on. So let's say you attend an Otter meeting, you need to refresh yourself or hear some detail again. Well, Otter can provide that to you using AI. So there is an upside to it, and these products will be rolled out in the coming years, but it's how they get to that content and how they build up AI that has people concerned.
Well, and I would think the worrisome thing here is through the pandemic, all of us were forced into Zoom meetings, and there were some pretty high-level conversations going on.
Yes.
I guess we should always assume that somebody could be watching, but to know that this stuff might be stored somewhere, that's a little unnerving.
Well, it is, and I think it's contributing to what a new survey has shown that that's according to the Artificial Intelligence Policy Institute, which is a brand new group, obviously. 7% of Americans are mostly excited about artificial intelligence and the growth of it. 14% are somewhat excited. 16% have no opinion at all, but 62%, Tim, of Americans are at least somewhat concerned or mostly concerned about AI.
Fascinating, Jim. Thank you for your time. Jim Ryan with us, ABC News consultant. Yeah, I wonder just how much of what I do is used in some small way to train AI. Every bit of music written, every document written, every email, everything. This conversation we're having right now may be used to train AI.
And the fact is, as much as you might worry about it, there's no way you will ever know really how much of that's being used and what it's being used for, unfortunately. That is the In-Depth this morning at 15:45. Our thanks to Jim Ryan.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the Nines, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. And back over to you, Andy.
Amanda, traffic looking good on the drive out of Tooele County. I-80 and the 21st South Freeway are clear of slowdowns at the moment. SR-36 is heavy in Stansbury Park only. Cleanup of a crash should be about done by now at 56th West, 4700 South. I don't see really any extra delay going through that intersection at this point. Heather?
Now, if you're moving through Weber and Davis County, but if you're southbound I-15 trying to exit to get to Beck Street, you may see a little bit of slowing on that exit ramp. It's due to a crash blocking the left side of the ramp. So everybody's having to squeeze by on the right shoulder. That is slowing people down just a little bit, but it's not affecting main flow traffic at the moment. You also have good speeds if you're on US 89 or I-84 going through the mountains. Eric.
I-15 looks just fine in Utah County, northbound from Provo and Lehigh Provo and Orem up to Lehigh endpoint of the mountain. If you're out in Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, northbound Redwood Road is also in good shape, and getting over to the freeway so far, no obstacles. 2100 north or Pioneer Crossing, no delays there. US 40 along the Wasatch Back, that's also looking good if you're heading north from Heber City to the Park City area. Murdoch Chevrolet is celebrating 97 years. Right now, take up to $7,000 off select new Silverado 1500s. When you walk through their doors, you feel like family. At Murdoch Chevrolet in Logan, Woods Cross, or online at murdochchev.com. Eric Butler, KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. Low 90s today. Partly cloudy skies and a very slight chance for a pop-up south of Salt Lake. For your Friday, scatter storms possible, 90 degrees. We'll go mostly cloudy by Saturday afternoon, high of 89. But there will be some storms in the mountains. Partly cloudy skies on Sunday, 91. Back to storm activity on Monday, 91 as well. Working into next week, mid-90s for Tuesday and Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It's about 10 degrees warmer this morning than it has been. 72 now downtown, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
KSL is in the classroom all this week, focusing on different issues affecting your neighborhood school. This morning, we're reporting on all the other workers who are needed for our schools, like crossing guards and lunch servers and classroom aides and playground monitors. And there are a lot of other roles, and you might be able to fill one of those roles if you have time at those times of day. Tomorrow morning at this time, we'll focus on what do you actually need to buy your students before school begins. Anything? Should you wait until the first day to get them after their teacher tells them, or should they go to school on day one with something in the backpack?
Yeah, the basics maybe, huh?
Pencils. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Backpack.
More on that tomorrow morning here on KSL News Radio.
Well, we've got some reports coming out this morning that may move the markets one direction or the other. One is a jobs number. The other is an inflation number. That should happen in the next half hour, but we'll see how the markets are setting themselves up for it with money news coming up next.
Warmer weather is here, and Skinny Utah would like to help you shape up for summer by losing 20 pounds in the next 40 days. That's right, 20 pounds in as little as 40 days. That's the Skinny Utah promise. Skinny Utah will customize every plan because no two bodies are alike. Their proven program is 100% natural. There are never any prepackaged meals or shakes to buy, and they never use dangerous drugs or hormones. Skinny Utah will teach you how to eat real food you buy at the store. Take the first step to a healthier new you and schedule your free weight loss strategy session at skinnyutah.com. A $300 value, absolutely free. Skinny Utah has offices in Draper, Orem, Centerville, and St. George, and they're extending their couple special, where the second person is half price. Schedule your free weight loss strategy session today at skinnyutah.com. That's skinnyutah.com. At Skinny Utah, you have nothing to lose but the weight.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The waves of thunderstorms in the U.S. have led to some pretty intense financial damage. $34 billion in insured losses. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Collective damage from these U.S. storms account for nearly 70% of global catastrophic damages this year.
We've been really lucky here, haven't we?
Wow.
We just haven't been in the mix of most of that. The Hollywood writer's strike has reached the 100-day mark. The milestone comes with no foreseeable end to the strike. There was a negotiating session, I guess, last week between studios, streamers, and workers, but it ended with little progress.
Speaking of striking, food service workers at the Las Vegas T-Mobile Arena have joined forces to lobby for higher pay and better benefits. The gathering will happen Thursday night with an expected 200 workers looking to negotiate.
All right, let's take a look at your money at this moment. We'll have the opening bell in about an hour. The Dow right now is up 196. That's picking up some of the gains or some of the losses from yesterday. The S&P is up 27. The NASDAQ up almost 0.75% now. It's up 118.
We have a crash on the exit ramp from southbound I-15 to Beck Street that's still being cleaned up. We'll check that and the rest of your commute just ahead.
As summer winds down, the storylines are ramping up.
Gasoline inventories are now at the lowest level since 2015.
Utah is now a member of the Big 12 Conference.
Warmer temperatures will continue through the month of August.
Keep up with these and the stories still to come. Listen to Tim and Amanda in the morning from 5 to 9, David Dujanovic at 9, and Boyd Matheson at 1. And on your drive home, get breaking updates and Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News from 3 to 7. The news won't slow down, and neither will our coverage on KSL News Radio.
Hunting season is right around the corner, and Sportsman's Warehouse has everything you need for the best hunt ever. Right now, you'll find great low prices on rifles, shotguns, bows, arrows, and ammo. Save 20 to 30% on camo from Element, Killick, King's Camo, and Rustic Ridge. Plus, save up to $200 on scopes and optics from Sig Sauer, Leupold, and Vortex. And you can register to win an elk hunt of a lifetime. So gear up for unforgettable and bring on the hunt at Sportsman's Warehouse.
Jeff Kaplan. I'm originally from New Jersey. It's a little different than Utah. Oh, okay. It's a lot different than Utah. You understand what I'm saying here? I first came here on a date. I had an employee who lived in Utah, and I said, that girl, I think I'm going to meet her, and it's tax deductible. I never left. I've never left. I've been here for going on 15 years now, and we've been married for 12. I've been around the block in the radio business. I've worked for a lot of major companies. There are none with the commitment to the community that I found at KSL. There are none with the camaraderie of the staff that I found at KSL. And there are none with the commitment of management and the company to the safety, the health, the welfare of their staff. And I just love this place.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
This week's movie show is brought to you by Sound Sleep Medical. Get a free sleep screening and a free sleep consultation by tuning in tomorrow morning. Sound Sleep Medical with 7 locations in Utah.
KSL News Time 6:29. Traffic and weather together is again brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Any slowdowns at all, Andy?
I haven't seen any on North 15 yet, Tim. It's looked good from Draper to Salt Lake City. It's the 201 freeway starting to look a little bit heavy. You go through Magna and there, 7200 west. Mountain View and Bangerter northbound, not really seeing any issues yet. Traffic a little bit busy on Redwood, though, starting at around 4700 south and Taylorsville, working your way up towards 35th. Heather?
Looks like we have a new crash southbound I-15 right near the north interchange. So the first one was on the ramp, the exit ramp as you take to go to Beck Street. But just before that on main flow I-15, we have a new one that's on the right shoulder. So traffic is a bit slow as you approach. Otherwise, you've got good speeds other than that from Ogden to downtown Salt Lake. No problems if you need to take Legacy Parkway or the West Side Belt to get to the airport. Eric.
Over on the 215 eastbound looks good to northbound from 6200 south up to the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Northbound on Foothill as well, looking good going up to the University of Utah. No crashes or delays on I-80 eastbound out into the Park City area or westbound through Sugar House going to I-15. I-15 Utah County, northbound, southbound, no issues so far. Need tires? Don't buy them without the money-saving Burt Bundle from Burt Brothers Tire and Service. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today's going to be another beautiful day. 91 for a high, just a few clouds, a chance of rain, even some thunder tomorrow. And then we start a warming trend. We'll get back up to 95 by next Wednesday. Right now, downtown, 72 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning, KSL News Time 6:30.
KSL's top story this hour.
The Davis School District has settled with the families of 3 more black students just one day after settling another high-profile case.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
We may have to check back with Adam, which we will do in just a minute. The search is on for 2 suspects involved in a shooting in West Valley City. One person died last night near 4200 South Bluebird Drive.
Joining us live with the details is KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston. Peter?
Amanda, Lieutenant Bill Merritt from the West Valley City Police Department explains what officers discovered after responding to 911 calls about gunshots last night.
As officers arrived on scene, they were able to locate one deceased individual. Looks like it's probably going to be from a gunshot wound. And witnesses say that there was a couple of suspects that fled in a vehicle out of the neighborhood.
Lieutenant Merritt says police believe the suspects and victim knew each other and that this was a targeted hit. He also adds that the police are looking for more vehicle information right now and hope to get that information out to the public as soon as possible. Reporting live, Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
Security is tight in the state right now because President Biden is visiting Utah. Court documents show a man shot and killed by FBI agents in Provo yesterday threatened the president, FBI agents, and some people investigating former President Trump.
If somebody points a weapon at you, you tell them to put it down, and they bring it up to their shoulder, you don't really
have much choice to shoot them. So this has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with violence.
ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett tells us extremist violence like this will likely keep getting worse in the U.S.
Some parents are concerned about making sure their kids get to class safely with a new school year on the way. But KSL TV's Katya Stepovic says a new program called Safe Route Utah is helping kids get to school safely.
Now, the program aims to get kids to walk and bike to school and do so safely. Under state law, it is required that each safety committee from each school in Utah provide a safe route map or plan for parents.
The program will also provide crossing guard training and informational school assemblies to help kids know how to travel safely.
Some areas are down to the wire trying to find school crossing guards in time. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson tells us why it's so hard to fill those positions.
Casey Warren, Assistant Chief of Police for Riverdale Police Department, feels lucky that so far they have the coverage they need. But historically, crossing guard is a hard position to fill.
It is hard to find the right person who has some flexibility at these positions because you may have to come and go at least 2 times, sometimes 3 times in one day.
Many districts across the state have openings for crossing guards that need to be filled within a matter of days. Warren says many times police officers will step in to fill the gaps. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Hawaiian officials say at least 6 people are dead and dozens injured after devastating wind-driven wildfires on the island of Maui. ABC's Lionel Moise has more.
The massive fires with thick smoke and flames. Thousands trying to evacuate this apocalyptic scene. Firefighters on duty around the clock, but dry conditions and heavy winds fueling the fires even more.
It looked like an area that had been bombed in a war.
Pilot Richard Olston flew a helicopter over Lahaina to view the devastation.
It was heartbreaking. There's hundreds of homes burned down to the ground. The entire area of Front Street, the whole historic area is gone, burned to the ground. The harbor, the boats are burned to the water.
Thousands of people were evacuated when the flames tore through Lahaina. Entire neighborhoods and beloved landmarks were burned to the ground.
We want to go back to Adam Small. The Davis School District has settled with the families of 3 more black students just a day after settling another high-profile case. What is the latest, Adam?
Yeah, Tim, this settlement comes just a day after the district settled that really high-profile case we've been covering for a while now with the family of Issy Tishner, a 10-year-old black student with autism who died by suicide after her family said she was being bullied racially over poverty, her disability, things like that. Now, these 3 students say they were either facing discipline or did face discipline after reporting being physically bullied or facing instances of racism, and their parents in turn sued the school district. The Salt Lake Tribune reports one student says they were slapped across the face by a white student just for asking them to quiet down at an assembly, and in turn was threatened discipline by their teacher, claiming they instigated it. Now, the 3 students will get a combined $200,000 for what happened. The district superintendent has also apologized to the families. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic now, and here is Andy Farnsworth.
Amanda had a vehicle burning pretty good for a minute there on southbound 15, right at the beginning of the Beck Street exit ramp. This is separate from the crash that was on the ramp a little bit earlier. They do have the fire out now, but there's a bunch of water on the road, and South 15's got some backups in North Salt Lake right now coming into downtown Salt Lake City. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
UVU is getting ready to open its new Young Living Alumni Center, but school officials say it's just one part of the school's plans to give back to the community. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit explains.
As the population along the Wasatch Front grows, so too has its colleges. Val Peterson is the Vice President of Administration and Strategic Relations at Utah Valley University, and he says that the campus is expanding to help meet the needs of not only students, but Utah's future professionals and community leaders.
Along with the new Alumni Center, UVU is going to be expanding its program for engineers, physician assistants, and business students.
Utahns are using more water than last year. Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities Water Conservation Manager Stephanie Dewar says even with last winter's record snowfall, we should still be conserving where we can.
It's also important to think about our water supply not just as, we had a lot of snow this year, we're out of the drought, but what does our basin look like? What does the drainage for the Colorado River Basin look like? What's this bigger picture? And in that bigger picture, we still have below average precipitation.
Dewar says managing our water use is as easy as shutting off sprinklers for a day or 2.
Just a heads up, officials at Hill Air Force Base are doing training operations in Roy today. The training is happening at the corner of 56 South, 19th West, starting at about 8 o'clock. Crews say this is a planned event. There's no need for concern if you see anything out of the ordinary.
Boy, we had a vehicle fire this morning. A couple of crashes to get on to Beck Street if you're exiting from southbound I-15. Let's check it all coming up next on KSL.
Breaking news is just one ask away.
Claim KSL News Radio.
Parking ticket scams making the rounds. Flights are being impacted by severe weather.
In your home, tell Alexa, play KSL News Radio. Then listen in your car at 102.7 FM.
I'm Celeste Malloy, and I approve this message. We're blessed to live in a country where a girl like me can grow up in a single-wide trailer and become the Republican Party nominee for Congress. With a little help from an FFA scholarship, I graduated from SUU and then later put myself through BYU Law School. My story is your story. We work hard and pave our own American dream. Congressman Chris Stewart and Rob Bishop have both endorsed me because they know I'll take our conservative values to Washington, D.C. I'm Celeste Malloy, and I ask for your vote on September 5th.
Paid for by Celeste for Congress.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time only, ask how new and existing customers can get a free line of unlimited mobile during the Mobile Made Free event. Call or go online today to learn more. Ends 9/21/2023. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
I grew up in a small town near my grandma. I looked up to her in so many ways. Her creativity, her style. Sadly, she passed away before my wedding. At my rehearsal dinner, my mom surprised me with my grandmother's favorite amethyst ring from Shane Company. I wore it on the big day, and I felt like she was there with me.
Shine bright with hand-selected gemstones in every color of the rainbow. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
Prices are slashed on Bernina sewing machines. Hot deals from Dave's Bernina in Provo and St. George. There's not enough time to tell you about all the great deals. Don't miss this 3-day event at Dave's Bernina.
Just want to remind you that you may find some trouble traveling in one part of West Valley City because the search is on for a couple of suspects. One person died last night in a shooting near 4200 South Bluebird Drive. It might be an area to avoid for some time.
KSL News Time is 6:39. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. How's it look, Andy?
Amanda, if you're on North 15, it actually looks pretty good this morning from Draper to Salt Lake City. Nothing to slow you down anywhere you get on the freeway or to your destination. Bangerter's getting a little bit busy now. Taylorsville at 4700 South. Mountain View slowdowns, 3500 South. To Willa County, we've got some real backups right now just around the Stansbury Parkway intersection with SR 36. A couple of blocks of delay, and it is really stopped through there. Heather?
Traffic is pretty slow southbound I-15 leaving Woods Cross heading through North Salt Lake. That is due to an earlier vehicle on fire. We had lots of flames and smoke blocking the right lane and shoulder just before you exit onto Beck Street. That is now out. All the flames are out, but there's a lot of water on the roadway, still keeping things slow. And again, that right lane and shoulder are blocked. But if you actually exit onto Beck Street, there's another crash a little bit further down that exit ramp, blocking the left side of the ramp. So that is slowing people down there as well. The good news is the rest of the drive in Weber and Davis County has no issues. Eric.
And right now, things are looking good in Utah County from Provo to Lehigh. That's a 20-minute drive getting over to the freeway. No major issues there as well. When you choose Performance Automotive and Bountiful, you're choosing selection. 4 locations: Performance Ford Lincoln, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Truck Country. See it all at performancebountiful.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Look for partly cloudy skies this afternoon, high of 91, and a very slight chance for a storm south of Salt Lake. Into the overnight, partly cloudy, 70 degrees. Tomorrow, 90 with a chance for thunderstorms. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
That sunrise is pretty this morning, 72 downtown.
Coming up in just a moment, people in Provo still reeling after that FBI raid yesterday. and the death of their neighbor, Craig Robertson, who we are now learning had made threats against President Biden and other public officials. We'll learn more from how the neighbors are feeling from KSL TV's Andrew Adams just ahead.
Stay with us at 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. It's Tim and Amanda here to start your day on KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and going back to school, what a great time to get into the NPS store near you. There's one in Orem, there's one in Layton, and two right here in Salt Lake. And any day you're going to find all the great merchandise, brand new stuff, 30 to 70% off. But then when NPS adds a sale on top of that, it's really time to stock up, like bags and backpacks, perfect for back to school, an additional 50% off. And then, of course, how about the pants? 50% off, 40% off, clothing, accessories, and so much more. It's all waiting for you at NPS. And of course, NPS has all the regular stuff too. Groceries, amazing things over in the industrial store. You're going to be really impressed at what you're going to find at NPS. When you find a great deal, don't pass it up. Buy it right then. You snooze, you lose. It's NPS with 3 locations.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Time this morning for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News.
I work with a bunch of 20-somethings, and almost all of them have some kind of water bottle within arm's reach at all times because you got to hydrate. That's what everybody says. Got to hydrate. So they have a thermos or a Yeti or whatever. Some decorate them with stickers like we used to do with our book covers as kids. It's great. Everybody's hydrating, but around the world, everybody else is laughing at us. This summer, a record number of Americans are vacationing in Europe, and the New York Times reports Europeans can't believe these ridiculous Americans with their water bottles. Meantime, in Paris, in Venice, in Athens, Americans are befuddled that restaurants there don't pour you a glass of water when you sit down at the table, and when they do, the complaint is in Europe, they give you a cup the size of a thimble. On TikTok, American tourists are convinced that people across the pond don't believe in water. They half expect these dehydrated Europeans are going to shrivel into brittle husks like an autumn leaf. But as we cuddle our water bottles, Europeans all think that Americans must be in some kind of national water drinking competition. For the record, the science is a bit fuzzy, but the general recommendation from the National Academy of Medicine is 104 ounces a day of water for men, 72 ounces for women, and for perspective, your grandparents didn't carry around a water bottle. Abraham Lincoln had no thermos at his side when he wrote the Gettysburg Address. If you could imagine Honest Abe putting stickers on a Yeti.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
He came precariously close to saying, "Get off my lawn," just then.
By the way, Amanda Dixon comes with 2 water bottles.
Well,
in
one's
the studio.
coffee there.
Okay.
Coffee and water.
Thanks to Jeff. He'll be back this afternoon. Hopefully not quite as an eventful day for him, starting at 3 o'clock here on KSL News Radio. Our news time is 6:45. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
President Biden is officially in Utah for the first time in his presidency. He'll be speaking at the VA hospital later this morning. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, security is tight throughout the state right now, with President Biden getting ready to speak at the VA in just a few hours.
Third, it's traffic and weather together.
South 15 still backed up as you go from Woods Cross into North Salt Lake from that earlier vehicle fire. They still got at least the right lane blocked off at the beginning of the Beck Street exit. We've got slowdowns in Tooele County through Stansbury Park on SR 36 and starting to increase already on the 21st South Freeway in Magna and West Valley. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy today with a slight chance for a thunderstorm to pop up south of Salt Lake. I'm Matt Johnson.
72 downtown.
With KSL's top national stories.
More could be dead in the devastating wildfires on the island of Maui, Hawaii. At least 36 lives lost so far, and this morning firefighters are still trying to gain the upper hand.
We're also hoping that these winds die down just a little bit so that we can get those wildfires contained right now, because right now they are not contained. So there is concern about what that means for people here on Maui if those wildfires spread even farther.
ABC's Gio Benitez in hard-hit Lahaina. Nearly 300 buildings have burned. What's left of them still need to be searched. Airlines adding planes to help with evacuations while flights into Maui are canceled. Classes are canceled till Monday for Louisville, Kentucky area schools after the first day of classes yesterday saw school buses running severely late. Last night, the last student was dropped off just before 10 p.m. School officials working to sort out the bus routes. A couple of key readings on the U.S. economy due this morning. The Consumer Price Index with a look at inflation and weekly jobless claims. I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. People in a calm Provo neighborhood are still coming to terms with yesterday's FBI raid that left a man dead. Craig Robertson was shot during the raid in response to extremist social media posts. Many neighbors say they had no idea about those posts.
KSL TV's Andrew Adams has more about their reactions during the raid.
I kind of feel like everybody's in shock.
It happened so quickly and in the quiet of the morning.
There was a big boom, and then there was another one, and another one, and another one.
Nyla Rollins heard the commotion and came outside to her backyard to find a SWAT team moving in on her neighbor's home.
And their guns were drawn, and they were going through the outhouses.
Suddenly, there was a confrontation.
They called for my neighbor to come out, and he's like, I'm not coming out.
And soon after, there was gunfire.
I found out later from my next-door neighbor, my neighbor here had died. They saw him dead in the driveway.
My wife just walked in and said, Craig Robertson is dead, and I just couldn't believe it.
Travis Clark knew the man.
He was a kind of a lovable teddy bear kind of a guy.
But he says he didn't know about the social media posts outlined in federal charging documents this week that allegedly threatened harm against the president and other government leaders.
I was not friends with him on social media. I knew him just through church. And they're pretty out there, but that's not the man I knew.
Neighbors say they're in disbelief. It all ended this way.
As near as I can tell, he shot his mouth off on Facebook, and that brought him to people's attention, and then this happened.
I know that he was anti-government. He did not like if Provo City had to come do something in his yard. He was totally against that.
As they come to terms with a deadly chain of events,
I think the neighborhood's just kind of feeling maybe a little melancholy.
they're left to question who really was the man who lived here.
It just goes to show you never know who your neighbors are.
How many times do we say this, that you just always think these things are not going to happen in your backyard?
Mm-hmm.
And this was literally in those people's backyard.
Mm-hmm. I guess federal court documents show that he made several public threats against President Biden and other Democratic leaders. I think the one of the prosecuting attorneys in New York City, among others, maybe the California governors. We're researching some of that, but yeah, things like encouraging people to fire their guns up at Air Force One as it came into town.
There's going to be more, I'm sure, that will be revealed in a continuing investigation, and we'll follow it for you here on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. 6:49, time for that look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. A car fire caused a little excitement this morning, Andy.
It did, and that's what's still slowing you down in North Salt Lake. It's got traffic, in fact, back from the Woods Cross exit all the way down to the 215 split. The vehicle's not on fire, but cleanup is still going, and the what's left of the vehicle is still sitting on the right shoulder at the beginning of that Beck Street exit. In fact, at this point, it looks like they're not letting anybody exit from southbound 15 onto Beck Street, which might be why the traffic backups are getting so thick. You're going to have to continue down to Warm Springs Road or just down to 600 North in Salt Lake City instead. Heather?
We've got a lot of delay in Tooele County on SR 36 coming out of Stansbury Park, trying to head north up toward I-80. And if you transition onto the 201 freeway, that also has some congestion coming out of Magna all the way over to Bangerter Highway. Northbound I-15, though, still flowing pretty nicely. It's getting a bit more crowded, but everyone's at speed from Point of the Mountain into downtown Salt Lake. Eric.
And you're looking at a 24-minute drive northbound I-15 Utah County from Spanish Fork up to the county line, heading through Provo Canyon out to the Wasatch Back. That looks good for going out to Heber City, and I-80 through Parley's Canyon. Just a touch of westbound slowing up over the top of Parley Summit. Utah's Paranormal Conference, September 6th through 9th in Vernal, Utah. Meet the cast of Skinwalker Ranch, Expedition Bigfoot, and Blind Frog Ranch. 4 days of paranormal discovery at Phenom Econ. Visit phenomecon.net to register today. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast, more below normal temperatures as we move through the next couple. 91 today, partly cloudy skies. 90 on Friday with a slight chance for a storm. Back to mostly cloudy skies with mountain storms possible. Only 89 on Saturday. 91 on Sunday, partly cloudy. Chance for storms on Monday, 91. Back to mid-90s for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 72 downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
We did get those consumer price index numbers, and they jumped 3.2% last month compared to a year ago, which reverses some of the progress that we thought we were making in the inflation battle. We're going to see how the markets are reacting to that coming up here in just a minute.
So my husband and I went to dinner at Five Alls restaurant last weekend. Tim, well, you've been there to Five Alls.
Mm-hmm.
This restaurant's been around 50 plus years, and the guy who created it, he had been over to England and seen there are all these pubs called the Five Alls. Let me tell you what the Five Alls is, because people think, what in the world?
Yeah,
they don't know what that means. The Five Alls is this. It refers to these signs that are on the pubs in England that say that 5 different stereotypes. The king rules all, the parson prays for all, the lawyer pleads for all, the soldier fights for all, and the taxpayer pays for all. Yeah. And you'll see those beautiful signs inside the restaurant.
And the 5 that you need to worry about are the 5-star reviews that this restaurant has received for so many years, and the 5 courses that you're going to enjoy while you were there. I was inspired by owners Kathy and Gary's real desire they're fighting hard to carry on this 50-year tradition, mm-hmm. and their fear is that people might not know they're open again.
It's just an amazing place. You walk in and you'll see the crest of arms, and there's like a throne off to the. It's all decorated, very old England. You even drink out of pewter chalices.
Yeah, you're going to feel like you've been transported to England for sure. And what great food. Filet Oscar, chicken Kiev, lobster, crab, you name it. Pork chops, you must experience the Five Alls.
Make your reservation today at fivealls.com. The Five Alls Restaurant, 1458 Foothill Drive.
Join Macy's and our nonprofit partners to help address the youth mental health crisis this school year. Now through September 14th, you can fund mental health services and resources when you donate online to the JED Foundation and the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Or round up your Macy's store purchase up to 99 cents and donate the extra change. Give back today and learn more about our mission to create brighter futures for all at Macys.com/purpose.
Dave and Dujanovic. As President Biden is in Utah to celebrate the one-year mark of passing the PACT Act, we'll discuss why both of Utah's senators voted against it. Today on Dave and Dujanovic.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Salt Lake City leaders set aside $39 million this year for citywide improvements. Leaders are using public feedback to decide where that money should go. Currently, the money is slated to go towards projects such as constructing new bus stops and improving parks such as Ensign Peak Nature Park.
This heat is not just miserable, it's also killing your phone battery. As temperatures soar, so do iPhone and Android phone temperatures, causing sometimes irreversible battery damage. I didn't know that. Ways to combat this include storing your phone in a thermal bag when you go to the beach or the pool, purchase a phone fan that attaches to the back of your device, or just simply take off the case.
Speaking of the heat, as high temperatures increase across the U.S., millions of Americans grapple with the decision to endure the heat or pay increasingly high air conditioning bills. President Biden has invested billions into federal programs to help with energy costs, but experts say that the programs are seriously underfunded for what vulnerable Americans need.
So I'm just reading that the core CPI posted the smallest consecutive monthly advance in more than 2 years. It rose 0.2%. for a second straight month, and so far the markets seem to like it. The Dow futures are up 111, that's 0.3%. The S&P up 15, that's 0.3%, and the Nasdaq futures up 88, which is 0.5%.
These things are always confusing to me because ABC News had a break just a minute ago saying consumer prices rose 3.2% last month compared to the year before. So we get numbers like this, and it tends to, but we're going to talk to Caleb Silver later this morning.
And get it all straight.
We'll have him explain it in layman's terms for us all, and we'll check your traffic and weather together coming up.
3 little words no parent wants to hear.
My tummy hurts.
And it always seems to happen at the worst times. Like in the middle of the morning rush, when you still have homework to check and lunches to pack, and of course, you're already late for work. Luckily, there's Pepto Kids. New Pepto Kids gummies helps relieve occasional stomach upsets, turning those 3 words into these 3 words.
I feel better.
Bad time for stomach upsets? Good time for new Pepto Kids gummies. Fast support for little tummies.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep, switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Hey guys, are you over 30? Let's talk about testosterone and performance. Your testosterone can decline at an average of 1 to 2% a year after you turn 30. And Revive Men's Health have been experts at treating men with low testosterone and ED since 2011. We're the clinic guys come to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their performance. We love what we do and the patients we care for. You can ask our patients. We did, and we have a 99% patient satisfaction rate this year. Our patients even tell us we're more affordable than their insurance deductibles and copays. Let's get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. That's what we do, and we do it really well. Book your T-check and exam today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or send us a private message at revivemenshealth.com.
KSL News Radio and the KSL Sports Zone are counting down to the kickoff of college football with a huge giveaway. This summer, you could win a new travel trailer from Bish's RV. Family owned for 30 years. Bish's RV has always helped RVers go play. And you'll win a pair of BYU season tickets as the Cougars prepare to take on the Big 12. Enter now. Text the word football to 57500 or visit kslsports.com/contests.
6:59, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Andy?
Amanda, traffic really starting to increase on I-15 as you go through Sandy and Midvale. We also have some backups on Mountain View and Banketer Highway near 3500 South in West Valley. Whatever was causing the extreme backups northbound on SR 36 in Stansbury Park has changed. We've got north and southbound delays now near Village Boulevard, or Stansbury Parkway, I should say. And then we've got several blocks of delay on SR 36 in Lake Point. Heather?
Got our typical delays southbound 15 in Kaysville, but the worst of your drive is between 2600 South and Woods Cross and the Beck Street exit. That is due to a couple of crashes. One vehicle was in flames for a while, and the exit ramp to Beck Street is shut down, so everybody's having to figure out where to go. Eric?
Along the 215 eastbound, no problems heading north from Cottonwood Heights through Holiday Mill Creek all the way up to Foothill Drive. On Foothill itself, starting to see a little bit more activity at some of the stoplights, but no big delays so far. And I-15 Utah County looks good. Is the IRS harassing you? Are tax problems ruining your life? Let Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox help. Visit taxhelput.com. That's taxhelput.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
91 for a high today. We'll stay right around 90 for the rest of the 7-day period. And right now, 72 in Salt Lake City.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
It's 7 o'clock on Utah's Morning News. Good morning. I'm Tim Hughes.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story on the 7 o'clock report.
A presidential visit. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
President Biden is in Utah this morning, and we're now just hours away from hearing him speak at the VA hospital.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage from the VA. Adam?
Amanda, we just got the old heave-ho from the building that President Biden is going to be speaking in here up at the VA in just a few hours or so. We put all our equipment down, and now the Secret Service, the White House staff are now checking all the equipment, getting ready for this these remarks from the president, which were probably going to begin sometime after 9. That's when we were told to come back in. The president, there's a huge stand-up in this podium, flags, and and it looks like he'll be talking a lot about the PACT Act, which has now been in place for 1 year. It expands health care and compensation for veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. More than 340,000 veterans have had their claims approved in the first year of the PACT Act being in law. This is President Biden's first visit to Utah under his presidency. He was last here in 2016 as vice president. We'll be keeping you updated all day, all morning long as we get ready to hear from President Biden right here in the Beehive State. Reporting live at the VA, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
We're hearing from some veterans about what that PACT Act means to them during the president's visit. KSL TV met with Utah veteran Joshua Hansen, and he says he's grateful for what this law means for his service.
The PACT Act to me is very important for the military and everyone that served over there to make sure they get tested, checked out.
The act aims to help veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits while deployed in Iraq.
President Biden's arrival at Salt Lake International was met with some local dignitaries yesterday. KSL News Radio's Mark Jackson continues our team coverage.
Those dignitaries included Governor Spencer Cox, First Lady Abby Cox, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, and Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson. Wilson tells KSL 5 the president talked bipartisanship.
He recognized that there were blue mayors and a red governor standing together, and I think what he wanted to convey to us is how important bipartisanship is.
According to the Salt Lake Tribune, Mayor Mendenhall said the short meeting on the hot runway seemed warm and genuine.
The Biden administration is announcing new bans on national security investments in China. The new rules would restrict investments in Chinese technology like AI, quantum computing, and semiconductors. Officials say the bans are aimed at keeping U.S. investments from supporting China's military and aren't trying to hurt the Chinese economy.
A Provo man was killed during an FBI raid yesterday. Court documents show Craig Robertson threatened President Biden, FBI agents, and some people investigating former President Trump with extremist social media posts. FBI Special Agent Carl Schmay tells KSL TV threats like these are becoming more common.
The reason the FBI investigated him is because he was making threats that were violations of federal law, not because of his political beliefs. This is what kept me up at night when I was a supervisor, is we're looking for that needle in the haystack. Who's a keyboard commando, and who's the guy that is actually going to pick up his gun, go out, and commit violence.
Schmay says FBI agents hope to take Robertson into custody peacefully. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Hawaiian officials say at least 36 people are dead, dozens injured, after devastating wind-driven wildfires on the island of Maui. Residents and tourists had to leave on a moment's notice. Claire Kent was one resident who was evacuated.
There's guys riding around on bicycles and mopeds, just screaming down the streets like, you gotta go, the fire's coming.
These videos were just frightening. The fire spread quickly thanks to trade winds and dry air, and it led to residents and tourists having to leave at a moment's notice, some even jumping into the water to escape the flames.
The deadly wildfires in Maui have left thousands of people stranded at local airports. Maui's main airport was sheltering around 2,000 travelers who had their flights canceled. Many of the travelers had just arrived to the island, but now are displaced with no way to leave for the time being.
Speaking of wildfires, we've had a pretty good go of it this year. We've had a few wildfires burning in Utah, but we're learning from KSL meteorologists that far fewer acres have burned this year when compared to previous ones. Around 10,000 acres have burned in the state this year, but that's down from around 29,000 acres last year and a whopping almost 330,000 acres in 2020. But there's still a month and a half left in our fire season.
KSL weather now with Matt Johnson. As fire season continues, we've seen a less than average year for the number of blazes around the state.
Compared to recent years, we have done really well this fire season. We can thank the record snowpack over the winter for keeping things green and suppressing that fire danger. So far this season, we've burned 10,000 acres. The biggest fire that accounts for most of that is the Thompson Ridge Fire, southeast of Beaver, burning at about 7,300 acres so far.
Matt says that Utah has only had a third of last year's burned acreage go up in flames this season. For today, it's partly cloudy with a high of 91.
First look traffic on the 7 o'clock report. Let's go back over to Andy Farnsworth.
Biggest freeway delay, Woods Cross to North Salt Lake, where cleanup of a vehicle fire and a crash on the Beck Street exit ramp has the exit ramp closed and the right lane blocked right before the exit ramp. We also have traffic really slow, SR 201 in parts of Magna and West Valley. Some southbound delay on SR 36 going through Stansbury Park has really increased in the last little bit. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah is still feeling the heat of summer, but West Valley City has announced a winter plan to make its first homeless shelter. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston is live with more. Peter?
Amanda, this new shelter is going to be able to sleep 170 people, and is West Valley City's response to a state requirement to make a plan for getting homeless folks off the streets during winter. Mayor Karen Ling says that in West Valley City, we look after our neighbors, and we especially take care of them on these bitter nights and days. That's according to the Salt Lake Tribune. The future location of this shelter is still a secret, and the task force that came up with the plan says it's to get ahead of any concerns in the community. That might be because in 2017, Salt Lake County leaders proposed several shelters for that area, but after significant pressure from residents, those plans were scrapped. Reporting live, Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
A man is safe today after getting stuck inside a garbage truck. Officials say the man had been lifted from inside a commercial dumpster to the back of a garbage truck. Fire crews say they used a rope rescue system and an aerial ladder to get the person out of the truck safely.
Good news for car prices.
Kelley Blue Book released July pricing data showing the smallest year-over-year increase in the last decade. The average price of a new car was only fractionally higher than a year ago, but still at a record high of just over $48,000. EV prices and also luxury car prices actually dropped year over year, with Tesla prices down 20%, and also last month, car makers increased incentives. It's not just new cars. Used car prices have fallen nearly 2% from July of last year, with supply chain issues resolved and computer chips no longer in short supply.
John Trout reporting.
Robbie Robertson, the co-founder of the influential 70s group The Band, has died.
Robbie Robertson was the guitarist and eventually main songwriter of The Band, which formed out of the backing group for Bob Dylan in the 60s. They released 7 studio albums between 1968 and their breakup in 1976, 2 of which hit the top 10. Their 1976 farewell concert, The Last Waltz, was filmed by Martin Scorsese. Robertson would go on to work on the music on over a dozen Scorsese films, starting with Raging Bull and ending with the upcoming Killers of the Flower Moon, out later this year. We're told Robbie Robertson died at his home in Los Angeles after a long illness. He was 80 years old. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
The Dixie Sugarloaf is now officially on the National Register of Historic Places. The Sugarloaf is a Red Rock landmark in St. George with the word Dixie painted on its side, and local leaders have pushed for its national recognition since at least the year 2021. Nearby Dixie State University has since changed its name over claims that it's tied to Southern slavery.
You know, it's interesting. I've seen that many times, but never knew it was called Sugarloaf.
Yeah, me neither.
It's nice to have it preserved there. KSL News Time, 7:09. Time for a look at traffic and weather together. We do it every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. What's our 7 o'clock hour look like, Andy?
Well, it depends on where you are. If you're coming out of Tooele, you got some slowdowns both directions running through Stansbury Park, but there's as much southbound delay on SR 36 as there is northbound right now. 21st South Freeway starting to fill in a lot, getting pretty heavy between 56 West and I-215. North 15 yet to see any actual backups, but volumes have increased. Your drive time still, though, in the 18-minute range from Draper to downtown. Heather?
We're still very slow southbound I-15 between Woods Cross and the Beck Street exit in North Salt Lake. This is due to a couple of crashes, and the exit ramp to Beck Street is still closed due to a car fire and the crash. But you can get onto the I-215 North Interchange and head over toward Legacy Parkway and the airport from I-15. If you're on Legacy Parkway, no delays there, and things are filling in the city streets, especially in Ogden and Clearfield. Eric?
It's a pretty smooth ride in Utah County. I-15 looking good from Spanish Fork and Springville all the way up to Thanksgiving Point. If you're out in Saratoga Springs or Eagle Mountain, it's starting to bunch up a little bit on Mountain View Corridor heading north from SR 73. And then as it makes the turn over at Redwood Road and turns into 2100 North, you're going to see some congestion up ahead at the 2300 West intersection. If you want a heating and air company using third-party verification over their work that's one of the highest rated on both Google and Yelp, call At Your Service Pros, 801 Your Pro. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL hourly forecast. We start out at 7 a.m. with sunny skies, maybe some high clouds. Temperatures right at 70. Lunch hour, 85, light winds. And then into the afternoon, partly cloudy with a very slight chance to see a bubble up in the mountains, mainly south of Salt Lake City. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sun's up over the Wasatch Mountain Range now, but we've dropped a degree, 71 in Salt Lake City.
I think I saw more police officers driving from the U back to the station yesterday than I've seen in a long time.
Oh, sure.
Securing the capital city for a presidential visit. We'll talk with a representative from the Salt Lake City Police Department coming up in a minute.
Canyon School District literally laid out the red carpet for its new teachers this year. They welcomed 200 new teachers to the district, including some who moved across the country. The district teamed up with 25 local businesses and community partners to host a red carpet event last night. It focused on helping the new teachers meet their coworkers, as well as learn about the places to eat around town and some fun things to do here in Utah.
Utah Jazz star Lauri Markkanen is continuing his impressive run ahead of the FIBA World Championship.
Markkanen scored 29 points in a dominant performance against Estonia. The Jazz forward also grabbed 13 rebounds and handed out 3 assists in just under 30 minutes during the exhibition. He led his native Finland to a victory. Finland and Markkanen will face Lithuania on the 14th. The Finnish national team will compete in Group E once the tournament begins on the 25th. Markkanen is looking to recapture a breakout performance he had last summer. That's when he averaged 28 points and 8 rebounds a game. Kate Davis, KSL News Radio.
A terrifying moment in Park City going viral this morning. A woman was going down the Alpine slide when she nearly hit a badger. After she hit the brake, it kept running down the track. It was eventually, she was eventually able to pull itself onto the grass. It turns out that badgers have bad eyesight and good hearing, so you can only imagine what this poor guy saw as the person came barreling down the mountain at them.
Oh, wow. Trending this hour on the 7 o'clock report. A new announcement in the Taylor Swift universe. 1989 Taylor's version is coming out in October. Swift announced the album last night at her Los Angeles show. This continues Swift's project to reclaim her previous work by re-recording her first 6 albums. Swift said on Instagram that the album will include 5 unreleased tracks and is her favorite re-record she's ever done.
Yeah, and this has laid out a course for other artists who have been burned, they felt like, by their record companies, where their whole album catalog had been sold off, and then you no longer have rights to it. It's been interesting, but I'm sure it's been grueling while she's doing this tour that's going all over the world. A subtle change that's bound to mess with muscle memory is coming to your iPhone with a new update. It will reposition the hang-up button to the bottom right of the screen instead of the bottom middle. Get ready to retrain your thumbs.
Well, will there be anything at the bottom middle, or will that just be blank?
I don't know.
Because if there's something at the bottom middle, we're going to hit it by accident.
Going to be interesting. That new update, I think it's, 17 or something that's coming from Apple. We'll follow it for you. KSL News Time now, 7:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
the Davis School District has settled with the families of multiple black students who say they were disciplined for reporting incidents of racism. On KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, 36 people have died in massive wildfires tearing through Maui. Experts say hurricane winds are fanning the flames.
Third, a look at traffic and weather together.
Got a new crash on 215's West Belt. It's southbound, though, going between I-80 and California Avenue in that area where all the roads chopped up. The crash is on the right, but traffic is quickly backed up behind it. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Thunderstorms in southern Utah today with monsoon moisture increasing. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 72 downtown.
With KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. At least 36 dead and counting, and the flames are still not out in the devastating wildfires ravaging Maui, Hawaii.
Authorities saying 911 service is down in some areas, hampering rescue efforts. The completely uncontained fire destroying historic cultural landmarks across the bustling town, home to 12,000 people. The U.S. military stepping in to help, working to suppress the fire while getting tourists off the island.
ABC's Gio Benitez in hard-hit Lahaina. Residents and tourists are being evacuated, with airlines adding flights to get people out. Adam Weintraub with Hawaii's Emergency Management Agency telling people to stay away.
The recommendation from the state has been avoid unnecessary travel to Maui. If you've got a vacation planned here, it's going to be a very different situation under the conditions that we have in place now than when you planned the trip.
Hawaii's acting governor Sylvia Luke will tour some of the devastation today. Classes canceled till Monday for Louisville, Kentucky area schools after the first day of classes yesterday saw school buses running severely late. The last student dropped off late last night just before 10 p.m.
I apologize to our families, our parents. I know
as a dad, what that must have been like, how unnerving that must have been, waiting for your child to get home and not knowing exactly where they are or were. And I truly apologize for that.
Jefferson County School Superintendent Dr. Marty Polio says they're working on a fix. New numbers out related to the U.S. economy. The Consumer Price Index measuring inflation edged up in July for the first time in a year. More from ABC's Jim Ryan.
From last July to this, the price you pay for just about everything rose 3.2%. That's lower than analysts had been expecting, and a big drop from the 8.5% annual rate in last July's CPI. On a monthly basis, prices rose a modest 0.2%. After a similar increase in June, driven largely by a decline in used car prices.
You're listening to ABC News.
A presidential visit. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
Local law enforcement officers are working hard to secure the city during the president's visit.
Joining us live on the KSL Newsline is Salt Lake City Police Department Sergeant Mark Wyan. Sergeant, I think I saw more officers yesterday than I've seen in a long time here in downtown Salt Lake City. What are some of the plans to keep the city secure?
Good morning. Thanks for having us on. I can't speak specifics, but obviously we have, our president of the United States in for a visit. And so, our officers are working with our other public safety partners to make sure that our community is safe during this visit.
Pull the curtain back for us just a little bit without specifics on how far in advance these preparations started, and do you get your marching orders from Secret Service on what they want from your team?
I don't know specifics, but I do know obviously that, our department is in contact and, there is planning that is associated with these types of situations. And, we work with our federal partners and we get those orders and we look at what resources we have to be able to make sure that we are helping each other out to have this go as safely as possible.
Even just the motorcade and, making sure that streets are blocked off and so on. I guess nobody has the day off today.
Yeah, there's obviously a heavy public safety footprint here and throughout the city. And so we recognize that might create some travel impacts. And we just ask our community to be patient. These impacts are relatively short, but, this is an experience that we're proud to be able to host and have the president visit. This is something that could be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for those that live, work, or visit Salt Lake City, to include officers that work with our department. So it's a really unique opportunity for us to be a part of, but we train for these types of situations. We have a great partnership with our local, state, and federal partners to make sure that these things go as safely as possible.
I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind that your team has the training. I am curious, however, whether you need any extra clearance on the federal level to do these things.
Again, we work with our federal partners to determine what resources are needed to make sure that we have the safest routes possible for community safety and making sure that, we're out there being seen, making sure that those closures are being handled in the safest manner possible. And again, we just ask community members to be patient, embrace this experience that we have the President of the United States in our community, and all have a great time.
Sounds good, Sergeant. Thank you for your work. Salt Lake City Police Department Sergeant Mark Wyan with us on the In-Depth.
Good time to remind everybody that there's going to be some road closures today as the president rolls through with his security team. So just expect that might happen, especially in the downtown area. And we understand he's headed to Park City, too, so maybe even I-80.
7:19 now. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. And back to you, Andy.
Yeah, whatever happens, it's guaranteed to cause some traffic problems today. South 215 right now, we've got a traffic problem involving a crash. We've got some vehicles on the left shoulder and some on the right shoulder. Southbound 215, right after the I-80 merge coming from the airport. So if you're heading south towards California Avenue, you're going to get stuck in backups for a few minutes to get by that crash. North 15, still looking good for now, other than a little bit of slowing at the Bangerter Highway exit. No other main flow delays right now between Draper and downtown, but the 21st South Freeway's got some backups around 7200 West in Magna. Heather?
We have some good news for Davis County drivers. The exit ramp from southbound I-15 onto Beck Street has reopened, but you still have residual delays backed up into Woods Cross from the earlier accidents and ramp closure. Before you get there, though, you're mostly at speed between Ogden and the Woods Cross area, and no problems on US 89 or Legacy Parkway. Eric?
Right now, the 215 Eastfeld looks good. If you're heading north from Conwood Heights up to the mouth of Parley's Canyon, Foothill Drive seeing a little bit of extra activity now between 1700 South and Sunnyside, but that's not major. I-15 in Utah County, northbound, southbound, that's looking solid from Provo to Lehigh. This is the Place Heritage Park, the place to learn, explore, and enjoy Utah history. Perfect for weddings, reunions, birthdays, celebrations of life, and more. Plan today at thisistheplace.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. Low 90s today. Partly cloudy skies and a very slight chance for a pop-up south of Salt Lake. For your Friday, scatter storms possible, 90 degrees. We'll go mostly cloudy by Saturday afternoon, high of 89. But there will be some storms in the mountains. Partly cloudy skies on Sunday, 91. Back to storm activity on Monday, 91 as well. Working into next week, mid-90s for Tuesday and Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 71 degrees, and your 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
You're talking Big 12 tomorrow afternoon. Tim, tell us about that.
I am looking forward to this, and I'll be seated beside Dave Noriega, who, of course, has a big sports background. He's a BYU fan, and I'm a Ute guy. So we thought it'd be fun to talk about how we got here, first of all, with this reunion of the rivalry that's going to be happening, not this season, but next season. We started in the WAC. We went to the Mountain West. Now we're going to do it again in the Big 12, and we're set to be joined by Michelle
Bodkin?
Bodkin, sorry. Michelle Bodkin, and Mitch Harper has agreed to join us. So a fun hour coming up noon to 1 o'clock tomorrow here on KSL News Radio.
So looking forward to it. Talking the Big 12 with those two guys. And it's brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Utah is a leader in advanced materials and manufacturing, an energy-rich state with vast traditional and renewable resources and manufacturing. The opportunities to explore and develop new technologies will help maintain and grow Utah's position as an advanced manufacturing leader. President of UAMI, Dr. Talinda Larson, joins us with more.
The Utah Advanced Materials and Advanced Manufacturing Initiative, also known as UAMI, is a federal and state-funded nonprofit to bring together public, private, community, industry, and education partners to ensure the growth and sustainability of Utah's advanced material and advanced manufacturing industry. Advanced materials include composites, carbon fiber, and polymers. Advanced manufacturing includes 3D printing, digital engineering, and robotics. Our industries are aerospace and defense, outdoor recreation, and the medical industry. Advanced manufacturing in Utah is booming, and it's a great place to work and find quality manufacturers. UAMI helps Utah companies to do business, entrepreneurs to launch businesses, and for companies to expand existing products and services. Through our free events, training, partnerships, and online business tools, we help to connect and grow companies within our vibrant Utah advanced manufacturing industry.
For more information, visit uami.org. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, we all know the big game can get pretty unpredictable, which is why you need a connection that is anything but to watch it. With the Xfinity 10G network, you get the reliable connection you need to stream your favorite sports, from baseball, everything in between. Catch it all on the network. Catch it all on the network made for streaming. All the big plays, all the drama and excitement. Stream it all without missing a beat. You're looking for even more entertainment? The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. Everything's changing so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Stream it all without missing a beat. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today.
Launching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. For the second time this year, Disney is raising prices for its streaming services.
Here we go again.
Ad-free versions of Disney Plus and Hulu will cost 20% more, with the company also promising to crack down on password sharing, similar to Netflix's recent move.
Hold off on buying kiwi for a while. The fruit is being recalled in more than a dozen states due to potentially deadly bacterial poisoning. The U.S. Federal Drug Administration says the issues were traced to two grower lots in New Zealand. The bacteria itself is called Listeria and can cause serious infections in children, the elderly, and people with weakened immune systems.
A new dessert has hit McDonald's. Have you seen this yet, Tim? The Peanut Butter Crunch McFlurry.
I am a sucker for McFlurries. I don't care what their flavor is.
And I am a sucker for peanut butter, so I've got to have at least one of these. This new McFlurry combines peanut butter cookies, cereal, and vanilla ice cream. How good does that sound? Like McDonald's recent Purple Grimace shake, this treat will be available for a limited time.
We had some inflation numbers come out last hour, and we also had some unemployment numbers come out. The market's still doing well. We're up 208 right now. That's a gain of 0.6. The S&P is up 30, and the NASDAQ is up 142 points.
It's starting to get better, but southbound slowing continues from Woods Cross to North Salt Lake on I-15. Let's take a closer look at that. Coming up next on KSL.
It's a rare visit. President Biden is here from a sitting U.S. president.
The details of his trip closely guarded.
There's a lot of personnel that are involved. We've done this before.
Follow President Biden Stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
If you've had painful kidney stones, you know you don't want more. Moonstone Stone Stopper is a simple solution that works. Created and recommended by top kidney stone doctors, Stone Stopper is an alkali citrate formula scientifically proven to prevent crystallization. Stone Stopper's patented formula is gentle on the stomach and is available in easy-to-swallow capsules, gummies, and powder drinks that make hydration delicious. Stone Stopper is available at participating Walmart and Walgreens stores. Look for the red stop sign on the bottom shelf of the vitamin aisle. For more information or to find a store near you, go to stonestopper.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, investigative journalist and host of the podcast Cold. In October of 1985, a woman named Cherie Warren left work at a busy Salt Lake City office
to meet her estranged husband at a downtown auto dealership.
She never made it home. Cherie's car surfaced weeks later in Las Vegas.
In the parking lot of a hotel casino.
No one knows how it got there.
Strange. It was strange.
Both Cherie's estranged husband and her boyfriend raised suspicion for investigators.
I kind of thought that he might have done something.
But no arrests were ever made. In Cold Season 3, we dig into double lives, make new connections in the case, and examine the difficulty raised by reasonable doubt.
We want answers just as much as anyone else.
They have creeps like that now too, so nothing's changed.
That's the new Cold Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Now available anywhere you get your podcasts.
This week's movie show brought to you by Sound Sleep Medical. Get a free sleep screening and a free sleep consultation by tuning in tomorrow morning. Sound Sleep Medical with 7 locations in Utah.
7:29 means traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Let's get it started here with Andy Farnsworth.
I-15 traffic is northbound getting pretty heavy in the Midvale-Murray area, right as you'd expect at this time of the day. The big delay in the Salt Lake Valley is southbound 215 between I-80 and a crash just before California Avenue, so those of you going south are affected. If you're going north on 215 towards the I-80 turnoff, you're unaffected. SR 201 backed up between 8,000 and 7,200 west in Magna at the moment. Heather?
Seeing quite a bit of delay now on Hillfield Road northbound as you come up from the high school. Try to get into Hill Air Force Base and SR 193, both eastbound and westbound a bit congested, also trying to turn into Hill Air Force Base. That's one of your busier gates at the moment. Southbound I-15, the only slowing that we have right now is between Woods Cross and Warm Springs Road. That's all due to a couple of earlier crashes, one of which involved a vehicle fire. Eric?
Got some delays now in Utah County on Mountain View corridor, Utah County style, as you go from on Mountain View approaching Redwood Road from SR 73, right near Redwood Road. That's where things are going to slow down. Then it turns into 2100 north, and then you've got further delays up ahead, but not as much from 2300 west over to the freeway. I-15 continues to look good in Utah County. It's a 28-minute drive from Payson to Point of the Mountain. Give your savings a boost with 5% APY on a 12-month certificate from Cypress Credit Union. Learn more at cypresscu.com. Eric Butler, KSL Traffic Center.
Today is going to be another beautiful day, a high of 91 degrees, just a few clouds. Tomorrow we do have a chance of rain to look out for. And then we start a warming trend as we head up toward 95 again midweek next week. Right now we have a few clouds and 72 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning, KSL News Time, 7:30.
KSL's top story this hour.
A presidential visit. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
President Biden is in Utah this morning, and we're now just hours away from hearing him speak at the VA hospital.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live from the VA with details. Adam?
Amanda, security is continuing to ramp up here at the VA in Salt Lake City. The Secret Service and White House staff are now checking everything before the president prepares to speak at the podium. He's going to be spending some time touting the PACT Act, which was passed 1 year ago. It's expanded health care and compensation for hundreds of thousands of veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in the Middle East. We know the president will be speaking sometime after 9 o'clock because that's when the media has been asked to return to the front of the podium. But the very latest, be sure to stay with us all day long for continued coverage on the first presidential visit to Utah since 2017. Reporting live at the Salt Lake City VA, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Local law enforcement officers are working hard to secure the city during the president's visit. Salt Lake City Police Department Sergeant Mark Wyan joined us just moments ago saying that officers have several plans to keep the city safe.
For these types of situations, we have a great partnership with our local, state, and federal partners to make sure that these things go as safely as possible.
Wyan says to keep an eye on the ongoing road closures during the president's visit.
A man was shot and killed in Provo yesterday during an FBI raid. Federal court documents show Craig Robertson made online threats against President Biden ahead of his visit, as well as Biden's family and the California Governor Gavin Newsom. ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett tells us FBI agents need to be ready for anything during a raid like this.
When you go to a house like that, you tend to take firepower with you because you don't know what you're going to run into. My guess is they probably have the SWAT team with them. But the point being, they get into the house or at some point in or around the house, I'm going to guess inside. He probably, and I don't know this as a guess, pulled up a weapon or attempted to shoot one of them, and they killed him.
Garrett says a raid like this has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with violence, since he reportedly threatened the agents themselves during the raid.
We're also following a developing story this morning. The Davis School District is settling with the families of 3 black students who say they were punished after being racially harassed. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit is live with the details. Michael.
Tim, this settlement comes just a day after the district settled a high-profile case with the family of Izzy Tishnor, a 10-year-old autistic black student who died by suicide after her family said she was being bullied. These other 3 students say they were disciplined after reporting racism, and their parents sued the district. The Salt Lake Tribune reports one student says their teacher threatened to discipline them after they were slapped across the face by a white classmate just for asking them to quiet down in assembly. The other 2 students were framed as the aggressors after apparently defending themselves against physical and racial bullying. The 3 will get a combined $200,000 for what happened. The district superintendent has also apologized to their families. Reporting live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
Breaking news this morning, West Valley City Police are investigating a shooting that left 1 man dead overnight. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston is live with more. Peter?
Amanda, Lieutenant Bill Merritt from the West Valley City Police Department says officers got a call at 11 last night about a shooting at 4200 South and Bluebird Drive.
It looks like this was a targeted event. It was not random, but it looks like the individuals involved possibly know each other.
Merritt says witnesses saw at least 2 suspects driving away from the scene, and the Major Crimes Unit is checking sources to see what kind of car they used. If you have information on this case, please contact the West Valley City Police Department. Reporting live, Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
Also breaking this hour, Hawaiian officials say at least 36 people are dead and dozens injured after devastating wind-driven wildfires tore through the island of Maui. Thousands of people were forced to evacuate yesterday when the flames tore through the popular town of Lahaina. Leif Wright describes the chaos as he evacuated.
It was pandemonium. It was maybe 15, 20 feet of visibility. This lady comes walking out of the smoke, just covered in soot, no shoes, walking aimlessly with 2 dogs kind of like following her.
Many beloved landmarks in Lahaina, including the largest banyan tree in the U.S., were destroyed in the fire.
An American nurse and her daughter are free in Haiti almost 2 weeks after they were kidnapped at the clinic where the mother works. It all started on July 30th when the pair were kidnapped in Port-au-Prince. It was the same day the State Department issued its highest level travel advisory for Haiti, ordering non-essential personnel to leave.
First look traffic, we go back over to Andy Farnsworth.
And right now, Tim, I-15 traffic is still a little bit busy in North Salt Lake from that earlier crash. It's been cleaned up, but we still have some reduced speeds in North Salt Lake and then coming into downtown. And then over on 215, the west side belt, going south from I-80 to California Avenue, backed up because of a crash. I think they've moved everything over to the right shoulder now, but we still have to pass the crash, and that's why traffic is still slow. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL in the classroom. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
There are still openings for crossing guards all over the state, with kids starting to return to the classroom in the next few days. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson tells us why.
Casey Warrens, Assistant Chief of Police for Riverdale City, says it's a difficult position to fill. The crossing guard schedule can be a deterrent for a lot of applicants since guards have to be in place morning, then midday, and then again in the afternoon.
Warren says police officers sometimes step in to fill in the gaps. He hopes people realize what an important position it is.
With kids heading back to schools, many parents are worried about making sure their kids are able to get there safely if they're walking to class. KSL TV's Katya Stepovic says a new program, Safe Routes Utah, helps parents and children communicate safe ways to get to school.
So far this year, 22 crashes have happened in school zones in particular. Luckily, none of them were fatal, but Safe Routes says that is 22 too many.
Safe Routes also offers school assemblies and crossing guard training, along with software that maps out the safest routes from certain neighborhoods to schools.
Utahns are using more water than last year. Experts say that's not necessarily a bad thing as long as people stay water conscious. Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities Water Conservation Manager Stephanie Dewar says there are some simple ways to reduce water use.
The simplest way for someone to save water, you don't have to recalculate your controller. You don't have to think hard. Just wait a day or two to water. It's that simple.
Dewar recommends giving your soil a chance to soften by running your sprinklers for 8 minutes, waiting an hour, then running all stations for another 8 minutes to get moisture deep into your lawn and garden.
Looks like we've got reduced speed southbound I-15 from Woods Cross to downtown. More slowing southbound on the West Belt as well. We'll check traffic and weather together next.
Start your day with all news in the morning. Then hear David Dujanovic talk about the biggest stories from 9 to noon.
Should golf carts be banned on city streets?
I don't want any kids hurt. Well, we take these chances every day.
Breaking news, important talk, all morning on KSL News Radio.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Back to school season can bring excitement, but it can also be overwhelming for children dealing with stress, anxiety, or other mental health challenges. At University of Utah Health, they understand the unique needs of young minds and offer specialized programs to address them. If your child is struggling with school-related pressures or facing personal difficulties, Huntsman Mental Health Institute offers a range of tailored services to meet their individual needs. But it's not just about the kids. They're here to support you too. Their team will work hand in hand with you to ensure a comprehensive support system for your whole family. Huntsman Mental Health Institute is your partner in nurturing young minds. Visit healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI to learn more about their services and to schedule a consultation. Again, to learn more about Huntsman Mental Health Institute, visit healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI.
7:39, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Andy?
Amanda, right now traffic is backed up on I-215's west side because of a crash southbound just before California Avenue. It's backing you up to I-80. Northbound, first slowdown of the day, starting to creep in around Bangerter Highway. You also have slowdowns on Bangerter for a few blocks trying to get to I-15, and then Bangerter's also slow in Taylorsville near 4700 South. Heather?
The brake lights have returned southbound I-15 between Kaysville and Farmington, with more slowing from North Salt Lake toward downtown. And then city streets are getting pretty busy now, especially in Ogden and Clearfield. And we still have a bit of delay trying to get into the south gate of Hill Air Force Base in Layton, especially from Hillfield Road. Eric.
In Utah County, you're looking at a 20-minute drive northbound from Provo to Point of the Mountain if you're getting on in University Avenue. We're not seeing any major other problems on the city streets as well. Northbound US 40 going by Jordanelle Reservoir if you're in the Wasatch Back. That's a little bit slow as you approach the turnoff to go into Park City on 248. That's Kearns Boulevard. I-80 through Pardley's Canyon. That's looking good too. Big O Tires has big savings. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets of tires now through August 20th during their Let's Roll event. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Another August day expected to fall below normal today. High of 91, partly cloudy skies, and a very slight chance for a pop-up isolated storm south of Salt Lake. Overnight lows right around 70, partly cloudy skies. Into tomorrow, we go 90 degrees and a chance for thunderstorms. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 72 degrees.
Another inflation measure is out today, the CPI, right? Consumer Price Index.
Consumer Price.
We're going to get to the lowdown on what it means from Caleb Silver coming up next on KSL.
Stay right there. It is next to 102.7 FM and 1160 AM, your all-day companion for news.
When it's hot like this, air conditioners struggle to keep up. Parts are under more stress, and sometimes those parts fail. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and no one helps more homeowners maintain and repair their air conditioners than Any Hour Services. As a matter of fact, last year, over 32,000 homeowners called Any Hour Services for help maintaining and repairing their systems. Any Hour Services has over 100 HVAC technicians to help with everything from maintenance, repair, to installing a new system. This summer, there'll be a lot of people told they need to replace their air conditioner, and they'll wonder, do I really need to? If you're told you need to replace your air conditioner and you still have questions, Any Hour Services can give you a second opinion and let you know what options are available. Maybe it just needs a little maintenance or a small repair. Maybe it does need to be replaced, but if you don't feel good about being told you need to replace your air conditioner, don't ignore those feelings. Call Any Hour Services for help with air conditioner maintenance, repair, or to schedule a free second opinion. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This is the year to go see Utah Symphony and Utah Opera. All shows have just gone on sale at the best prices you'll see this year. Get tickets for your favorites at usuo.org.
Time now for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News.
What's the rush? Okay, I'm at Sam's Club, and we're zooming full speed toward the back of the store. And my wife says, "Oh, I love that Halloween wreath." And I said, "Come here." What? And I stop and see a Halloween wreath. And skeletons at the beginning of August. We just ended a heat wave, so of course, this is Halloween. Pumpkins scream in the dead of night. As of a few days ago, it's pumpkin spice season already at Krispy Kreme. Starbucks will be right behind, probably on August 24th. But why? Why the rush?
Experts say pumpkin-flavored products generate $500 million yearly in the U.S., which may explain why some companies seemingly start fall earlier and earlier every year.
Yes, there's a latte money to be made, and anytime there's money on the table, there's Amazon, which has decided that even before you buy Halloween candy, they're going to hold a second Prime Day for the Christmas early birds sometime in October. But what's the rush? You can't blame businesses. They only sell stuff if people are going to buy it, so it's us. Are we chasing bargains? That's not it. They don't discount pumpkin spice in August, but they do discount Christmas lights in July, so eventually we'll be stringing them up on Pioneer Day, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we're in a rush to celebrate because life is so challenging these days. Apparently, the answer is that even in the summer swelter of August, we need to escape. So knock yourself out, grab a pumpkin spice, and haul out that holly. We need a little Christmas now. But do we?
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
Jeff's back this afternoon to help you get home starting at 3 o'clock. KSL News Time, 7:45. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
President Biden is officially in Utah for the first time in his presidency. He'll be speaking at the VA hospital later this morning. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, the Davis School District has settled with the families of multiple black students who say they were disciplined for reporting incidents of racism.
Third, a quick look at traffic and weather together.
South 215 backed up on the west side as they clean up a crash near California Avenue. We've got some southbound slowdowns in I-15 in Kaysville and North Salt Lake, and northbound delays increasing in Draper and Sandy now. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy today with monsoon moisture increasing out of the south. I'm Matt Johnson.
72 downtown.
With KSL's top national stories.
Confusion and desperation in Maui, Hawaii, as wildfires send residents and tourists fleeing for their lives, and there's a rising number of dead in the flames, which are still not contained.
The wildfires erupting across the islands of Maui and Hawaii Tuesday, killing at least 36 and burning through 600 acres so far, at least 271 structures damaged or destroyed.
ABC's Gio Benitez in hard-hit Lahaina, Hawaii's acting governor Sylvia Luke will tour some of the devastation today. An apology from the superintendent of Louisville, Kentucky area schools. Classes are canceled till Monday after the first day of classes yesterday saw school buses running severely late. The last student dropped off late last night just before 10 p.m. School officials working on better bus routes. New numbers out related to the U.S. economy, and economists say they're trending in the wrong direction. The Consumer Price Index measuring inflation edged up 3.2% in July. Jobless claims also up 21,000 from last week. I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Matter of fact, let's go in depth on that here as July's Consumer Price Index report is out.
Joining us live on the KSL Newsline is the editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver. Is this a good report or a bad report, Caleb?
It's kind of Goldilocks. It's not too hot, not too cold, kind of right on forecast. CPI, that's a basket of consumer goods, rising 0.2% in July, same as June. So we're down here at this 3.2% annual rate. The Fed wants it to be closer to 2%, but inflation at this level has come so far down from that 9.1% last July. It's just bouncing around here in this 3% range because food prices are still high, and so are rent prices.
But it shows the battle's not done yet on inflation, right?
Not at all, but you've got to remember the Fed's raised rates pretty aggressively to the highest rate in 22 years. It raised rates recently 0.25%. It's probably going to keep them here for right now because those rate hikes take a while to bleed their way through the economy. We're feeling the effects right now. We've seen inflation come down meaningfully in some areas, but still we had a pop in gas prices in the last month. Everybody felt that. You feel it again next month. But we're going to be in this 3% range for a while if you look at the projections out into the middle of 2024. So prices have come down. That doesn't mean they're going to go much further down from here.
Do you expect movement in food and rent prices?
Well, they are driven in large part by gasoline prices, which are up, as you know, about 17 cents just in the last month. So as gas prices go, so do food prices go. But food at home and food away from home, restaurant food is also expensive. Get used to just paying these high prices, and that's what consumers have had to do, which means we've been spending a lot more into our debt, into credit cards. The credit card balance now in America, over $1 trillion if you look across the category right there. So we're spending a lot to keep up with these high prices, and they're going to be here in this range for a bit.
The other number we got this morning was jobless claims, and we've been told that that's a lagging indicator. Are we seeing that move in a direction that gives you any hope?
Weekly jobless claims have been kind of trending a little bit higher over the past several months, and the pace of hiring has also slowed a little bit, and that's kind of what the Federal Reserve wants to see. They want to see a cooling in hiring and a cooling in wage growth. We're seeing that a little bit, and that's another key indicator. The Fed meets again in September. This is one of those data points, along with today's consumer price index, that they'll be looking at to decide whether they're done raising interest rates or they'll do it maybe one more time.
All right, we'll stay on top of it. With your help, Caleb, thank you. The editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, with us on the In-Depth at 15:45.
Time for that look at traffic and weather together. If you're making your way in this hour, it's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. How is it looking, Andy?
North 15's avoided any major backups to this point, but heavy traffic has really increased to where you're starting to dip below the speed limit between Bluffdale and about 114th South, so between the 146th, 114th, where you'll see the heaviest traffic. On the West Belt, they've got the crash mostly cleaned up, and our delays are gone going south from I-80 down to California Avenue. 21st South Freeway, though, seeing delays between about Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway is probably your busiest stretch. Heather?
Our busiest city streets in Weber and Davis County are 5600 South in Roy and Hillfield Road in Layton. Both of those lead to Hill Air Force Base. So it looks like we've got a little bit of congestion at those areas right now. You're also starting to see some slowdowns as you try to connect from US 89 onto I-84. That can be typical this time of morning. But your slowest drive right now is southbound I-15 leaving Layton heading toward Farmington. Eric.
Got some slowdowns on US 40 along the Wasatch back of this has been a construction area the last couple of months. So right now you do have it at the north end of Jordanelle Reservoir as you work your way from Heber City up to Park City. I-15 Utah County northbound, southbound, no problems there, but you do have some eastbound slowing on 2100 north from Redwood Road over to the freeway. Wake up with a sore back. Upgrade your mattress today at Durden's new Sleep Center. Durden's mattresses on 5th South and Bountiful. Durden's brand you know at prices you'll love. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
And the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning. Another beautiful, cool morning. Hey, we've got 91 by this afternoon, partly cloudy, but there is a slight chance to see something pop up in Utah County. We'll go 90 with a chance for storms tomorrow across the Wasatch Front, and then mostly cloudy on Saturday, partly cloudy on Sunday. Took the valley storms out of the forecast there, but they'll still be in the area. Tough forecast. 91 on Monday. We'll go chance for storms there. Better to see them in the valley. 93 on Tuesday. 95 on Wednesday with maybe some warmer weather in store Friday, Saturday next week.
I saw you were passing along good news about our wildfires this year, that our acreage burned is way down, isn't it?
Yeah, way, way down. So that's great news.
Wow.
Yeah, just, we say just 10,000 acres.
Right.
If it's your house or your property, that's, a large number, but
True.
far, far from where we've been over the last few years. Thank you, sir. Right now, sunny in downtown Salt Lake City, 73 degrees.
I want to talk just for a second, Tim, to our listeners who are struggling with their weight. I was in that spot for, the majority of my adult life. I'd been somewhere around 40, 50 pounds overweight. And ever since I had my kids, I never really lost the weight after that. It's hard for a number of reasons. And if you're thinking, this is just the way our family, we're all overweight. I spoke to a nutritionist yesterday who was telling me about how we set our food habits by age 10.
Wow.
And so they're you can break them after that, but it's harder. What Soda helped me do is all of those terrible habits I had been in are gone. And I now eat smarter. I know what to eat and when to eat and how much of a break my stomach and my pancreas need in between eating. And I've been able to keep that 34 pounds off for what? Coming up on 2 years.
Our family has always used the term big boned. We're just big boned.
Yeah, I used to say things like that too.
But I think most of us have been caught through this yo-yo diet thing.
Yeah.
And we want you to know that soda, it means no counting calories, no, fad diet things like
you don't have to work out every day.
Taking certain pills or something. You're just learning how to eat right.
Right.
And change the way you look at food forever. That's how my daughter lost 42 pounds. You can get involved with Soda Weight Loss. Find out more by going to their website. It's just sodaweightloss.com. It's spelled SOTA. Think Tim and Amanda. Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Dave and Dujanovic. As President Biden is in Utah to celebrate the one-year mark of passing the PACT Act, we'll discuss why both of Utah's senators voted against it. Today on Dave and Dujanovic.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The waves of thunderstorms in the U.S. have led to some pretty intense financial damage, $34 billion in insured losses. Collective damage from these U.S. storms account for nearly 70% of the global catastrophic damages this year.
The Hollywood writers' strike has reached the 100-day mark. The milestone comes with no foreseeable end to the strike. There was a negotiating session last week between studios, streamers, and workers, but it ended with little progress.
Speaking of striking, food service workers at the Las Vegas T-Mobile Arena have joined forces to lobby for higher pay and better benefits. The gathering will happen tonight with an expected 200 workers looking to negotiate.
Well, it looks like the markets like those CPI numbers. The Dow is up 380. That's 1.1%. We're at 35,506. S&P's up 48. That's 1.1%. And the Nasdaq is up 178. That's 1.3%.
It's the 100-day countdown to Cougar football, and it's brought to you by Bish's RV. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
BYU quarterback Keaton Slovis has people around the Cougar football program thinking he's been a signal caller at BYU for years. He's immersed himself in the program after stints at USC and Pitt. He's felt comfortable in the offense that Aaron Roderick has put Slovis in. Roderick can't wait to unleash Slovis this season for Cougar fans.
He's done a great job up to this point. And now, it's a matter of in these next few weeks just fine-tuning things so that when we play in a real game, we go out there and, I'm excited for him to go out there and prove that he's the quarterback that I believe he is and that he believes he is. And we have to go prove it. But we have the next few weeks to tighten everything up, and I expect him to play very well for us.
To get the latest insight on Slovis and the BYU football team during fall camp, subscribe to the Cougar Tracks podcast on the KSL Sports app. Countdown to Cougar football, 23 days to go. I'm Mitch Harper, KSL Sports.
Sometimes it's the news.
A wildfire is still burning 11 miles southeast of Beaver.
Other times, the traffic and weather.
Slowdowns in several spots on I-15.
There have been some impressive thunderstorms around the state.
And most of the time, it's both.
The first ever pill to treat severe postpartum depression just got FDA approval.
Delays continue in Parley's Canyon westbound I-80.
Get everything you need. News, traffic, and weather in one place. Mornings and afternoons on KSL News Radio. Your all-day companion for news.
This is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. We all could probably agree that college is a big investment. It's critical that your student has absolutely the best equipment, as all jobs are moving heavily towards computers and tech. Here's a crazy example. Let's say you're learning how to do video production or computer programming, and it takes your computer 6 hours to compile a video or a project. A super fast PC Laptops computer could cut that down to under 30 minutes. That's why so many massive companies across the country choose PC Laptops computers to massively increase efficiency and save money. All new PC Laptops desktop computers come with a lifetime parts and labor warranty, so you can stay mega productive with total peace of mind. We have brand new PC Laptops desktop computers from $11.99 or $29 a month, back with that lifetime warranty. And to make it extra awesome, we're doing 0 interest for a year, OAC. So run to any of our PC Laptops locations right now or check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com, where we love you.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and there's lots of summertime left, and NPS knows that, and they have put some additional savings on things that are wonderful for the last of the summertime season. Now, remember, NPS stores have everything 30 to 70% off every single day. So when I talk about these sales, that's additional savings, like 50% off all swimming pools and accessories. How about sunglasses? 30% off. Some exclusions apply there. Summertime sandals, 30% off. And of course, for your back-to-school needs, NPS is absolutely perfect. I want to talk about the industrial store. They have great things there. Salt Lake location only. 70% off masks, safety vests, football helmets. How about 50% off all single golf clubs, golfing gloves, bats, you name it. Bicycles, accessories, helmets, inner tubes, 50% off. It's all waiting for you at NPS.
7:59, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the Nines, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. How's it looking now, Andy?
At this moment, Amanda, you got a little bit of slowing on northbound I-15 as you come up through the Draper area, and then some additional slowdowns Midvale to Murray. 5300 South is about where you get free of the slowing altogether for now. 201 freeway slow between 56 West and Bangerter Highway, plus some backups over on Bangerter itself at 4700 South. Tooele County SR 36 is finally clear of delays at the moment. Heather?
We're a bit stop and go southbound I-15 between Layton Parkway and the Kaysville Ponds, and then you have more brake lights between Beck Street and downtown. That's all pretty typical this time of the morning. The rest of the major freeways in Weber and Davis counties are traveling at speed. Eric?
I-15 Utah County at University Avenue in Provo, you got a little bit of northbound congestion at the stoplights as you work your way up towards the BYU campus. I-15 in Utah County does look good, though, from Provo to Point of the Mountain. That's a 20-minute drive from University Avenue, and getting onto the freeway in the north part of the county, you're starting to see slowdowns both on Pioneer Crossing and 2100 North, in both cases for eastbounders approaching 2300 West. That's Saratoga Road. And along the Wasatch Back, you've got slowdowns northbound going by Jordan Hill Reservoir as you head up towards the Park City turnoff or onto I-80. Now's the time to apply IFA's spring and summer lawn food for a lush green lawn all summer long. IFA Country Stores, helping to grow the things you love. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
91 degrees, the first round, at least a chance of precipitation for the weekend coming tomorrow. But right now in Salt Lake City, just sunny, 73 degrees.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 8 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
President Biden just hours away from speaking at the VA hospital this morning during his visit to Utah.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage from the VA. Adam?
Amanda, we're expecting President Biden to take the podium here at the VA in Salt Lake City sometime after 9 o'clock. That's when White House staff members and Secret Service asked us to return to the media area in front of the podium. Right now, they're starting to let just a couple of people in, looks like close personnel, through the heavy security that they've set up here at the VA where the president is going to speak. We're expecting him to speak quite a bit about the PACT Act, which was passed into law about a year ago. That has expanded health care and compensation for more than 340,000 veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. Mr. Biden is the first president to visit the Beehive State since President Trump did in 2017. We'll keep you updated and bring you President Biden's speech live when that happens. Be sure to stay with us for the very latest. Reporting live at the Salt Lake City VA, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
The president meeting with several state leaders at the Salt Lake International Airport yesterday. Governor Spencer Cox and First Lady Abby Cox, Salt Lake Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, and Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson all spoke with the president. KSL News Radio's Mark Jackson continues our team coverage.
Mayor Jenny Wilson tells KSL 5 the brief chat upon the president's arrival centered around bipartisanship in a red state with pockets of blue.
And we conveyed back that we do work together. I think we call it Utah's secret sauce, that we try to set aside partisanship and work together.
According to the Salt Lake Tribune, Mayor Aaron Mendenhall says Mr. Biden talked about his times as a young congressman building bipartisan relationships.
Governor Cox will join President Biden for a visit to Salt Lake City's Veterans Affairs Health Center today to highlight that first anniversary of the PACT Act.
Crowds will be thick near the U of U and at the VA today with the president's visit. The Salt Lake City VA says the visit will not impact veteran care, and all campus gates and parking garages will be open. But they say to expect street closures on campus, so patients should leave a few extra minutes to get to the hospital.
Friends and relatives of the man killed in a Provo FBI raid yesterday are still processing what happened. Craig Robertson was killed when agents swarmed his house. Federal court documents show he was threatening President Biden ahead of his visit to Utah. Retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent Carl Schmay tells KSL TV Robertson's social media threats were legitimate threats.
This is what kept me up at night when I was a supervisor, is we're looking for that needle in the haystack. Who's a keyboard commando, and who's the guy that is actually going to pick up his gun, go out, and commit violence. He seems like an everyday guy, but he got himself fired up, and he wouldn't stop, and unfortunately, it led to a tragic result.
Robertson has also directly threatened other public figures online.
West Valley City is getting its first homeless shelter. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston has more.
That's West Valley City, and it's part of a winter plan for unhoused people during the cold months. The Salt Lake Tribune reports that the new facility is going to have 170 beds, but one member of that task force behind the plan says leaders are keeping its location a secret, at least for now. That's probably because of what happened in 2017. City leaders there and in South Salt Lake flatly rejected a county plan to place several shelters at proposed locations. The city manager then told the Salt Lake Tribune that they would go to whatever length they needed to prevent the shelters from popping up in their city. And back then, they succeeded. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
St. George police have made an arrest in the death of a 2-year-old girl. Her mother's boyfriend, Randy Lessing, is now charged with child abuse homicide. Emmeline Mitchell was pronounced dead on July 24th, several days after sustaining significant trauma to the head. Court documents say she was alone with Lessing at the time of the injury. Doctors say the girl had injuries consistent with child abuse.
Thousands of people in Maui are forced to evacuate with flames tearing through the famous town of Lahaina. ABC's Gio Benitez is in Maui.
You have this major tourist center, the heartbeat of Maui, you would call it, Lahaina town, just gone. Every boat that's in the harbor, that's gone. There's a famous banyan tree that's just beloved by tourists and locals alike. That's gone as well. So this is going to take so much rebuilding. One local who escaped the fire, he told me Maui will never be the same.
How old did you tell me that tree was, that banyan tree?
150 years old.
Wow. 36 people are confirmed dead from this fire. The blaze was fanned by winds coming off Hurricane Dora.
There was also a 200-year-old church that was lost, and they had just celebrated that 200th birthday. Let's get a look at First Look Traffic now with Andy Farnsworth.
Well, Tim, I'm seeing some backups appear on I-15 right now. It's actually just turned from heavy traffic to some brake lights going from 72 to 5300 south. We've also got some backups near Point of the Mountain. Not sure if there's a crash, but something between Bluffdale and Bangerter, backing traffic to a stop before you even get to Bangerter Highway. South 15, after you seeing delays, we only have some between Layton and Kaysville, and then they clear up by the time you hit the ponds. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
For the first time in a year, a key gauge of inflation ticked up last month. Let's take a look at the latest Consumer Price Index.
From last July to this, the price you pay for just about everything rose 3.2%. That's lower than analysts had been expecting, and a big drop from the 8.5% annual rate in last July's CPI. On a monthly basis, prices rose a modest 0.2%. After a similar increase in June, driven largely by a decline in used car prices.
ABC's Jim Ryan reporting.
Rising mortgage rates are also discouraging new buyers.
Mortgage rates jumped over 7% last week, and that hit demand hard. The average rate on the 30-year fix for conforming loans rose to 7.09% from 6.93. That's for loans with 20% down. Jumbos hit 7.04, and the rate on an FHA loan rose to 7.02%. That is the highest for that loan in 21 years. Remember, FHAs are low down payment loans favored by first-time buyers or lower income buyers.
CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick says demand is falling for both new home purchase loans and refinancing.
Guitarist Robbie Robertson of the band has died at the age of 80.
Robbie Robertson was a high school dropout who joined the band The Hawks, supporting rockabilly star Ronnie Hawkins, which turned into the band supporting Bob Dylan. The band forged their own sound with songs like Up on Cripple Creek, The Weight, and The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down. Robertson said in a 2019 AP interview he was still proud of the band's self-titled album.
Nobody was doing anything like this. Nobody was writing songs like that. Nobody was making music that sounded like that. It was totally against the grain.
I'm Margie Zaraletta.
You may not have known his name, but you certainly know the music, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Northbound crash near the Bluffdale exit blocking a left lane, causing a new slow spot on I-15. We'll check it next with traffic and weather together.
Boyd Matheson helps you to think about the news differently.
President Joe Biden will visit the Beehive State. Will this be a campaign stop that's pretty controlled?
Join an elevated conversation. Inside Sources from 1 to 3. Then Jeff Kaplan and his Minute of News on the drive home on KSL News Radio.
With the economy the way it is, you're probably staying put. So invest in your home, your number one asset, with beautiful custom replacement windows from Advanced Window Products. They're a local Utah company building beautiful vinyl framed and insulated double pane windows for 37 years right here in Salt Lake City. Advanced Window Products will save you money on your energy bill. Get security features to keep your family safe. And at Advanced Window Products, it's all custom. And the best part? They're local. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. So there's no middleman markup. You save on the highest quality windows in Utah. Plus, Rocky Mountain and Dominion offer rebates. For a limited time, they offer 60-month 0% financing. And right now, get $2,000 off 10 windows or more. They're working 8 weeks out. So make the call now. Advanced Window Products, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 or visit AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. We have some super exciting news. We're thrilled to announce our brand new store in Tooele. We have been hoping to expand to Tooele for years and finally found the perfect spot. In the heart of the city, Alpine is located just north of Walmart off Main Street. This store will be just like our others. We offer massive selection of home medical supplies. Do you need a CPAP? We've got it. Power scooter? Yep, you're in the right place. Need assistance in your home? We'll get you all set up. Keep your expectations high. We really do have the best staff in the state. You should know we accept most major insurances and can work directly with your provider to get you the care you need. We'll be ready when you need us, so come on by anytime. We're excited to see you in Tooele.
Alpine Home Medical.
That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Prices are slashed on Bernina sewing machines. Hot deals from Dave's Bernina in Provo and St. George. There's not enough time to tell you about all the great deals. Don't miss this 3-day event at Dave's Bernina.
Time again for a look at traffic and weather together on the 9s here. Brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Andy Farnsworth is in the traffic center.
And we've got a crash I-15 just after Point of the Mountain. It's actually a little bit after the Bluffdale 14600 South exit. It's got the left lane blocked. Traffic, though, back to Point of the Mountain. But if you're getting on to I-15 at Bangerter Highway, you won't run into any of that delay. In fact, the only slowing you'll see from Bangerter's exit in Draper through downtown is some delays in South Salt Lake near the turnoff to I-80. Earlier backups on the 21st South Freeway have cleared as well through West Valley and Magna. Heather?
Speeds are below the posted speed limit on southbound I-15 from Layton Parkway to the Kaysville Ponds and again approaching downtown Salt Lake. But all of that is only adding a couple of minutes to your commute between Ogden and Salt Lake. City streets are fairly busy. Mostly you'll see that when lights turn red and traffic backs up while you're waiting. No problems, though, on US 89 or Legacy Parkway. Eric.
The northbound construction area delays are back on US 40 going by the north part of Jordanelle Reservoir as you head up towards the Park City turnoff. And if you're heading through the mountains, Parley's Canyon looks pretty good, as does Provo Canyon if you're on 189. Down in Utah County, I-15 northbound and southbound, no problems. Fine dining with 5-star reviews, 5 courses, is the Five Alls Restaurant. A Utah tradition for over 50 years. Exceptional meal and service surrounded by old world charm. Reservations, visit fivealls.com. Eric Butler, KSL Traffic Center.
Another August day expected to fall below normal today. High of 91, partly cloudy skies, and a very slight chance for a pop-up isolated storm south of Salt Lake. Overnight lows right around 70, partly cloudy skies. Into tomorrow, we go 90 degrees and a chance for thunderstorms. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 74 degrees in Salt Lake City.
Looking forward to speaking with Debbie Dujanovic in a moment. She's telling us that man in Provo who was killed by the FBI, he was warned that the FBI was looking for him. This did not come as a surprise to him when they showed up. We'll learn more from Debbie in a moment on KSL News Radio.
She knows her stuff. She walked those halls.
Yeah.
Of the FBI. We'll have more details just a few minutes away now at 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. Tim and Amanda here to start your Thursday on KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
Come celebrate 55 years of camping adventure with Motorsportsland during our 55-year anniversary celebration. Save thousands with better-than-show pricing on all motorhomes, travel trailers, fifth wheels, folding trailers, and toy haulers. Not good enough? We also have over 100 new RVs at used RV pricing while inventory lasts. To make it even better, we've arranged special anniversary financing rates exclusively at Motorsportsland. Come into any of our 3 locations in Mill Creek, Salt Lake, or Spanish Fork for huge savings on the best RV brands, financing, parts, and camping accessories. But that's not all. Check us out on social media for giveaways, flash deals, and more. Don't miss Motorsportsland's 55-year anniversary where savings are everywhere and adventure awaits. Hurry in today and let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Hey, Derek Overstreet here from the New Millennium Group, financial advisors in Utah. You know, I've been helping people retire in the state of Utah for the last 20 years. The way we do that is we actually find out what is important to you. We create a step-by-step plan that takes into consideration your income, your debt, whether you want money from real estate, stock market, annuities, life insurance, whatever. If you want to deal with professionals, people that are fiduciaries and have a legal responsibility and obligation to do what's in your best interest, give my team a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Or go to my website, utahsfinancialplanner.com. If you'd like to retire 3 to 5 years before you thought it was possible, give my team a call right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370.
KSL News Time, 8:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
the Davis School District has settled with the families of multiple black students who say they were disciplined for reporting incidents of racism. I'm KSL News Radio's Michael Commit.
Second, for the first time in a year, the Consumer Price Index ticked up last month.
Third, let's look at your traffic and weather together.
Slowdowns on I-15 going north from Point of the Mountain into Bluffdale Draper because of a crash. And then a little bit of slowing in South Salt Lake. Davis County, most of the freeway delay gone except for a little stretch of slowing right after 200 north in Kaysville. We do have some Highway 40 backups that are getting pretty thick out by Jordanelle at the moment for northbounders. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy today with a slight chance for a thunderstorm to pop up south of Salt Lake. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, downtown, temperature is 73 degrees.
With KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. Parts of Maui, Hawaii will never be the same as wildfires destroy some 300 buildings, knock out power and cell service, and send residents and tourists fleeing for their lives.
This disaster has turned into a travel nightmare for so many after authorities came out and said if you don't have to be on this island, you should get out. So families raced to this airport only to find out that their flights had been canceled. Many now camping, families sleeping on the ground, kids sleeping on the ground. The airport is lined with people trying to figure out exactly when they can make it home.
ABC's Will Carr in Maui, at least 36 people killed, with authorities warning that number could rise as searching continues. Classes are canceled till Monday for Louisville, Kentucky area schools after the first day of classes yesterday saw school buses running severely late. The last student dropped off last night just before 10 p.m.
I come to you today after making one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult, decision of my superintendent career. And that was to cancel day 2 and day 3 of the school year, Thursday and Friday.
School Superintendent Dr. Marty Polio, he says school officials are working on better bus routes. In Montgomery, Alabama, the last 2 suspects have turned themselves in after this weekend's riverfront brawl that started when a black worker was attacked by a group of white boaters, and then others, both black and white, jumped to the workers' defense. New numbers out related to the U.S. economy, with analysts saying they're trending in the wrong direction. The Consumer Price Index measuring inflation edged up 3.2% in July. More from ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
Some of the biggest price declines are for airfares and used cars, but car insurance and gas prices are ticking up again. AAA says the national average was up about 30 cents just in the last month, fueled by OPEC supply cuts and slower oil refining because of some of the extreme heat that we've seen.
Jobless claims also up 21,000 from last week. You're listening to ABC News.
Debbie Dujanovic is sponsored by Jerry Seiner Cadillac. Turn heads today in your new or used Cadillac from Jerry Seiner Cadillac.
That Utah man who the FBI says threatened multiple times to kill the president got a heads up, it turns out, from the FBI. And Deb, you've had a chance to look at the court documents.
I am digging through the court documents that were unsealed. We got them yesterday afternoon. There's about 40 pages here. Quite a deep history of Craig Robertson's behaviors, especially on social media. One thing I didn't realize until I started reading this is that the FBI was contacted by the FBI's National Threat Assessment Center. They had gotten a tip from a social media company saying that there were some concerning posts by an individual, lives in Provo, Utah. FBI agents went out to his home in late March of this year, and these threats actually began, or the notification came from a threat against the New York DA Alvin Bragg, who was then investigating President Donald Trump and, of course, eventually indicted him. So the threats really were flagged against DA Alvin Bragg. Well, then as the FBI surveilled him, they eventually approached him that same day at his home. And he told him basically, get off my lawn, don't come back here until you have a warrant, which is what happened yesterday. The president's arriving. Over the course of time, the FBI notices on his social media that he has a number of threats. He is threatening, and I've read these posts, you guys, they're just very disturbing. He's threatening to kill the president. He's threatening to kill the vice president, assassinate them. He's threatened to hang the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and he's made threats against including the FBI agents who came to his home. They really had no choice but to go out there yesterday morning, in my view, and make an arrest with the president coming to town, because on August 6th, just days before the president's visit, he makes another very disturbing post about the president's visit. I'm trying to get to that right now. There's so many pages of it. We'll definitely have more information today on the Dave and Dujanovic show. But here's that post from August 6th, just days before the president, of course, landing yesterday. I really told you what I'd like to do to Joe Biden. Facebook would censor me, and the FBI would pay me another visit. And then eventually says, I hear Biden is coming to Utah, digging out my old ghillie suit and cleaning the dust off my sniper rifle. Welcome, buffoon in chief. So that gives you more of a background, more of a history of why FBI agents were at his door yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll dive into this much deeper today on the Dave and Dujanovic show, and we will also go live to the president's speech at the VA hospital today. Very important speech marking the 1-year anniversary of the expansion of the PACT Act for U.S. veterans.
Busy day for Dave and Dujanovic. They're coming up at the top of the hour here on KSL.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Back to you, Andy.
Amanda, crash on I-15 affecting drivers coming from Utah County into the Salt Lake Valley. The crash itself is just after the 14600 Bluffdale exit, backing you up to the point itself. Don't really think it's worth an alternate from Utah County, because by the time you got to the alternate, took it around, you probably would have just gotten through the delays anyway. You also have some southbound slowing creeping in between 7200 and 90 south, going through Sandy, that part of Sandy, and then 201 freeway a bit busy again in Magna at 7200 west. Heather?
We've got a few brake lights remaining southbound I-15 in Kaysville and again between Beck Street and downtown Salt Lake. That's the only slowing on a major freeway we have in Weber and Davis County. Some of the city streets are very congested, especially if you're in Ogden, Roy, or Clearfield. Eric?
Well, we got eastbound slowing through Sugar House this morning on I-80. Of course, that's a construction area, so that may have something to do with it. So by the time you get to 2300 East, it's back to a normal pace. Got a crash reported for westbounders on the South Belt as you go from Union Park over to I-15 at State Street. This is over on the shoulder and not causing delays at the moment. I-15 Utah County looks good, but getting over to the freeway pretty slow on Pioneer Crossing and 2100 north from Redwood Road over to I-15. Utah's Paranormal Conference, September 6th through 9th in Vernal, Utah. Meet the cast of Skinwalker Ranch, Expedition Bigfoot, and Blind Frog Ranch. 4 days of paranormal discovery at Phenom Econ. Visit phenomicon.net to register today. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast, more below normal temperatures as we move through the next couple. 91 today, partly cloudy skies. 90 on Friday with a slight chance for a storm. Back to mostly cloudy skies with mountain storms possible. Only 89 on Saturday. 91 on Sunday, partly cloudy. Chance for storms on Monday, 91. Back to mid-90s for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Temperatures starting to climb now, 75 downtown, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
We'll take another look at money news. The markets were way up last time we checked. We'll see if that's still the case just ahead on KSL News Radio.
This hour of Utah's Morning News is brought to you by Huntsman Mental Health Institute. We're joined this morning by Thomas Conover, Medical Director of the Youth Inpatient Services at HMHI. This is a great time to be talking with you, Doctor, because we're talking a lot about back to school, and we know that can be a tough time, not just for the kids, but for the whole family.
It certainly can, and it's fast upon us in the next week or two for most of our local school districts.
How important are routines and schedules for the mental health of our kids?
Oh gosh, I don't think it can be overstated, particularly when kids are back in school and when you're making that transition from summertime where things are pretty free and easy to the school year where there are a lot more demands on the kids' time, which of course then puts more demands on the entire family's time. So having a solid schedule to follow is really, really helpful in reducing stress, reducing anxiety, and particularly a sleep schedule. That's one of the biggest things that can vary between summertime routines and school year routines.
How can parents help with that anxiety? I remember having anxiety about going back to school when I was a kid, but it does seem more prevalent and really at a higher rate now than it used to be.
I think that one of the best things that a parent can do for their children when it comes to anxiety is to, first off, manage their own stress and anxiety, right? So a key in parenting, I think, is to say, hey, am I taking care of myself so that I can take better care of my kids? It also is a part of modeling, which is a term we use for parenting when we say, hey, we want our kids to see us doing the things that we would like them to do. So having healthy ways for a parent to manage their own anxiety, whether it's eating well, exercise, getting a regular sleep schedule themselves, not being overly engaged with screens or social media or things like that. It's really a case where do as I say and not as I do doesn't really work out very well. It goes much more smoothly if the kids can see their parents doing the things that they want the kids to do themselves.
So important, Doctor. We'll talk again coming up in a few minutes more about healthy sleep habits and about managing anxiety with our guest from Huntsman Mental Health Institute.
If you want more information, they're available 24/7. Go to healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
I was 20 years old, stationed in Hawaii, and 2 weeks before I was deployed, I met the love of my life. The second I returned, I bought a cheap ring at the Base Exchange and proposed. 15 years later, I went to Shane Company and got her a one-of-a-kind ring with a pear-shaped diamond. It's the ring she deserves.
Shine forever with Shane Company's hand-selected diamonds, as unique as your love story. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
This is the year to go see Utah Symphony and Utah Opera. All shows have just gone on sale at the best prices you'll see this year. Get tickets for your favorites at usuo.org.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The markets are way up this morning. Dow's up 402. That's over 1 1/10%. We're at 35,525. S&P's up 50. That's 1 1/10. And the NASDAQ up 189, which is 1 4/10.
Delays for northbound drivers around the point of the mountain because of a crash right there, I-15 in Bluffdale. We'll get the latest next.
It's a rare visit. President Biden is here from a sitting U.S. president.
The details of his trip closely guarded.
There's a lot of personnel that are involved. We've done this before.
Follow President Biden's Stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
15 years ago, we were adding on to our home, and so I convinced Sean we should update the kitchen.
We did some research, and we decided to go with 3-Day Kitchen and Bath. Their reputation was phenomenal. To design, do the construction and the finish work, what we wanted was what we got from start to finish. So fast forward 15 years, our family's changed. We've gotten bigger.
There just wasn't the space in the kitchen anymore. People were banging into each other.
We decided 3-Day Kitchen and Bath. Here's the problem. What are our solutions? Comparing working with 3-Day Kitchen and Bath 15 years ago, today, their ability to design what you want was the same.
Everything has been what I want.
The quality of 3-Day Kitchen and Bath, I think, is phenomenal. The countertops and the cabinets that they use are great. They were just good guys doing good work.
For more about your new kitchen or bath, visit 3daykitchen.com.
3-Day Kitchen and Bath.
KSL News Time 8:29. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Granite Credit Union's High Yield Savings Certificate. Sandy?
Tim, looks like the crash I-15 just after Point of the Mountain has been cleaned up. We've still got slowing from Point of the Mountain to the Bangerter Highway exit. We've Got some southbound delays right now just before 106 South, and we've got traffic on the 21st South Freeway looking good even as you pass a crash out by Bangor Highway. Heather?
We're accident-free right now in Weber and Davis County, which is a nice change from earlier this morning, but we still have a little bit of slowing southbound I-15 in Kaysville and again between Beck Street and downtown Salt Lake. The Legacy Parkway and West Side belts are traveling at freeway speeds if you use those to get to the airport, and city streets might have a little bit of congestion, but only when the lights turn red. Eric.
And the I-80 commute from Sugar House over to 2300 East, a little bit slower than normal. Of course, normal these days is a lot of construction, so maybe it's not slower than normal, but you do have slowdowns as you head over towards Foothill Drive and the mouth of Parley's Canyon. I-15 Utah County, no trouble there until you get to that delay spot that goes around Point of the Mountain, but the rest of I-15 looks solid from Provo to Lehigh. Big O Tires has big savings. Buy 3, get 1 free on select sets of tires now through August 20th during their Let's Roll event. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's going to be another beautiful day today. The high will be 91 degrees, just a few clouds, a chance of rain coming in tomorrow. Right now, it's partly cloudy and 73 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning, KSL News Time, 8:30.
KSL's top story this hour.
A presidential visit. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
President Biden is in Utah this morning, and we're now just hours away from hearing him speak at the VA hospital.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small joins us live from the VA. Adam?
Amanda, we're basically just waiting for Secret Service and White House staff to let us into the building at this point. We're about to check in here in just a minute. They're currently sweeping the building, making sure everything is good to go before President Biden takes the podium here at the VA in Salt Lake City. He's going to be spending some time touting the PACT Act, which passed 1 year ago. It expanded health care and compensation for hundreds of thousands of veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in the Middle East. We know the president's going to be speaking sometime after 9 o'clock. It's hard to tell the exact start time because that's just when the media has been asked to return to the front of the podium at the very latest. Be sure to stay with KSL News Radio all day today for the latest coverage on President Biden's trip, the first presidential visit to Utah since 2017. Reporting live at the Salt Lake City VA, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Local law enforcement officers are keeping Salt Lake secure during the president's visit. Salt Lake City Police Department Sergeant Mark Wyan says police have been gearing up ahead of time.
Yeah, you know, there's obviously a heavy public safety footprint here and throughout the city. And so we recognize that might create some travel impacts. We just ask our community to be patient. These impacts are relatively short.
Wyan says they're working to make sure all of the routes and closures are handled safely. He says to make sure people are patient and embrace the once-in-a-lifetime situation.
Security is tight in the state right now with the president's visit. Court documents show a man shot and killed by FBI agents in Provo yesterday threatened President Biden, FBI agents, and Democratic leaders like California Governor Gavin Newsom.
If somebody points a weapon at you, you tell them to put it down, and they bring it up to their shoulder, you don't really have much choice to shoot them. So this has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with violence.
ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett tells us extremist violence like this will likely keep getting worse in the U.S.
A presidential candidate in Ecuador known for speaking out against corruption has been shot and killed in the South American country's capital.
Witness video captured the slaying of 59-year-old Fernando Villavicencio as he was leaving a political rally in the capital, Quito, with multiple shots fired into a vehicle he was entering. Throngs of security surrounded the hospital where Villavicencio was pronounced dead. Soon after, authorities said the gunman also died from his injuries. Ecuador's president says he believes organized crime is behind the assassination. I'm Jackie Quinn.
We are following a developing story this morning on KSL. The Davis School District has settled with the families of 3 more black students just 1 day after settling another high-profile case. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit is live with details. Michael?
Amanda, it's only been 1 day since the district settled its high-profile case with the family of Izzy Tichenor, a 10-year-old autistic black student who took her own life after being bullied. These other 3 students say they were disciplined after reporting racism. Consequently, their parents sued the district. The Salt Lake Tribune reports one student says their teacher threatened to discipline them after getting slapped across the face by a white classmate during an assembly. The other 2 students were framed as the aggressors after apparently defending themselves against physical and racial bullying. One of the students actually got into a fight with their bully. The three will get a combined $200,000 for what happened, and the district superintendent has also apologized to their families. Reporting live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
And we have more developing news on KSL News Radio. The search is on this hour for 2 suspects involved in a West Valley City shooting. One person died last night near 4200 South Bluebird Drive. Here's KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston.
Lieutenant Bill Merritt of the West Valley City Police Department explains what officers discovered after responding to 911 calls about gunshots last night.
As officers arrived on scene, they were able to locate one deceased individual. Looks like it's probably going to be from a gunshot wound, and witnesses say that there was a couple of suspects that fled in a vehicle out of the neighborhood.
Lieutenant Merritt says police believe the suspects and victim knew each other and that this was a targeted hit. He adds that officers have limited information on the suspect's vehicle and are working to get that information to the public. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Devastation in Hawaii. At least 36 people have died in wildfires on Maui and on the Big Island. The fire spread quickly thanks to trade winds and dry air. Residents and tourists fled at a moment's notice. Some even jumped into the water to escape the flames. ABC's Gio Benitez is in Maui, and he says rescue crews are still searching for people who couldn't get out.
Authorities saying 911 service is down in some areas, hampering rescue efforts. The completely uncontained fire destroying historic cultural landmarks across the bustling town, home to 12,000 people. The U.S. military stepping in to help, working to suppress the fire while getting tourists off the island.
More than 270 buildings have been destroyed or damaged.
First look traffic now with Andy Farnsworth.
And right now, Tim, I-15 traffic is improving as you come over Point of the Mountain. The crash that we had near Bluffdale is gone, but we still have slowdowns through that stretch, just not when it was like it was when the lanes were blocked. Southbound 15 struggling to get between 90th and 106 South right now, and you've got some construction-related eastbound slowdowns on I-80 starting at about 1300 East. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL in the classroom. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
Some areas are down to the wire trying to find school crossing guards in time for the start of school. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson tells us why it's so hard to fill those positions.
Casey Warren, Assistant Chief of Police for Riverdale Police Department, feels lucky that so far they have the coverage they need. But historically, crossing guard is a hard position to fill.
It is hard to find the right person who has some flexibility at these positions because you may have to come and go at least 2 times, sometimes 3 times in one day.
Many districts across the state have openings for crossing guards that need to be filled within a matter of days. Warren says many times police officers will step in to fill the gaps. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
We're experiencing some out-of-the-ordinary southbound slowing spots now on I-15 at the South Interchange. We'll check your traffic and weather together coming up next.
Breaking news is just one ask away.
Playing KSL News Radio.
Parking ticket scams making the rounds. Flights are being impacted by severe weather. In your home, tell Alexa, play KSL News Radio. Then listen in your car at 102.7 FM.
And now here's Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial Services. Here's Brian Evans.
Today I wanted to talk about the different investment real estate ownership classifications. So you hear about real estate ownership, and there's a lot of ways to own it, so I wanted to clarify that a bit. First, there's active real estate. What we mean by that is usually investment real estate where you are the landlord and you are assuming responsibility for that. There's something called a tenancy in common, a TIC. TIC, where every member has veto power over every material decision. So those are a little tough. It's hard to get everybody to agree all the time. There's something called a publicly traded REIT, R-E-I-T, Real Estate Investment Trust. That's where you're investing into a pool of assets, real estate assets, that have been purchased over many years, and you're a partial owner in that. There's something called private non-traded REITs. These are generally smaller in size. They could be one asset or a group of real estate assets. It's not as diverse as publicly traded, and it may be somewhat illiquid, but you can target the kind of real estate you want more specifically with that. There's something called a Delaware Statutory Trust. This is passive real estate where you're able to do a Section 1031 exchange and get the tax benefits from that. So each of these different kind of ownership classifications has positive attributes and negative attributes. It depends on what you want to do. So again, one of the things that we might might want to consider if you want to get out of being an active landlord. You can drop it into a tenancy in common or do a Delaware statutory trust with that. So there's different things you can do related to how you own your real estate.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your Rooted Wealth Analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
We expect that the president will be headed to the VA coming up probably in the next hour or so, so expect some slowdowns and expect team coverage throughout the day of the president's visit to Utah.
8:39, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. And back to you, Andy.
Amanda, slowdowns continue on South 15 between 190th and 106 South. On the northbound side, the backups from Point of the Mountain to Bangerter Highway, and then again just before 106 South are in place. The rest of the west side of the valley and 21st South, I-80, and your other major arteries going north are all looking pretty good. Heather?
We also have a pretty smooth drive through Weber and Davis County. No accidents reported, just a few brake lights remaining southbound I-15 in Kaysville. The other major roadways, I-84, US 89 Legacy Parkway, they're having a smooth commute right now. And you have a good drive on city streets as well with no accidents. Eric.
Getting over to the freeway slow, both on Pioneer Crossing 2100 North and the north part of Utah County. That's from Redwood Road over to I-15. Once you get there, the freeway does look solid from Provo and Orem all the way up to Thanksgiving Point. No problems on the northbound side this morning. And US 40 along the Wasatch Back, we still have slowing at the north part of Jordanelle Reservoir as you go by that up to the Park City turnoff. This is the Place Heritage Park, the place to learn, explore, and enjoy Utah history. Perfect for weddings, reunions, birthdays, celebrations of life, and more. Plan today at thisistheplace.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
After yesterday's very nice 87 degrees, we'll go 91 today, partly cloudy skies, and a slight chance for a rumble of thunder south of Salt Lake. Overnight lows around 70, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, 90 degrees and a chance for scattered storms. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Really a beautiful morning out there. Blue sky, sunshine, 75 degrees.
We're hoping to speak to Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall about what President Biden had to say in their conversation. We'll hopefully talk to her in the next minute here on KSL News Radio.
Stay right there. We might be doing it next at 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. Thanks for riding along with Tim and Amanda on your all-day companion for news. It's an hour brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, and Dr. Thomas Conover joins us again, medical director for the Youth Inpatient Services. We talk about getting kids into routines, Doctor. How about getting them out of routines? How do we break them from those devices that they're so attached to?
Well, breaking them from devices might be a really big goal. We might have to just choose a little bit lower bar to aim for. So maybe helping them to set some limits and reduce the use of the devices. Certainly that's a great question, because we were talking about routines and the importance of a good, healthy sleep routine. And, you know, there's good data to show that screens in rooms are detrimental to sleep for adults and kids. So, you know, if we're going to set only one limit, you know, we'd like to talk about setting more than one limit on screens. But if there were only one, no screens or devices in rooms during sleeping hours. You know, so set a time each night where everybody sets their screens down and gets ready for bed. You know, and as I was saying previously, modeling for the kids. You know, if mom and dad are saying, hey, put away your screen, but I'm going to sit here and you know, scroll through Instagram or Pinterest and make you set down your screen, that's not going to resonate as well as if mom and dad or the parents are actually saying, you know what, I'm getting ready for bed myself. I'm going to wind down and put my phone back on the charger and get myself in a frame of mind for a good night's sleep. Yeah. So that's a really good limit to set, and one that is actually good and healthy for everybody in the family.
Doesn't the child's sleep really affect their mental health overall?
Absolutely. You know, we think about sleep and performance, right? We think about the idea, oh, you need to get a good night's sleep so you can be your best and do your best. And there's some truth to that, although studies on that particular question are kind of mixed. People can definitely burn the candle at both ends and still get stuff done. However, what is consistently true in scientific studies is that poor sleep is associated very strongly with problems like increased depression, increased anxiety. So you might still be able to get things done, but you might well be miserable while you're doing it. And so a healthy sleep schedule is protective for those types of issues.
And we're talking about ways of helping your kids as we head back to school here. If you want more information, go to healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI.
Hunting season is right around the corner, and Sportsman's Warehouse has everything you need for the best hunt ever. Right now, you'll find great low prices on rifles, shotguns, bows, arrows, and ammo. Save 20 to 30% on camo from Element, Killick, King's Camo, and Rustic Ridge. Plus, save up to $200 on scopes and optics from Sig Sauer, Leupold, and Vortex. And you can register to win an elk hunt of a lifetime. So gear up for unforgettable and bring on the hunt at Sportsman's Warehouse.
KSL News Time, 8:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
President Biden is officially in Utah for the first time in his presidency. He'll be speaking at the VA hospital later this morning. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, we're hearing that 36 people have died in Maui with serious wildfires burning through the island.
Third, let's check your traffic and weather together.
I-15 traffic is still got its issues going north and south around 106 South, although it's worse on the southbound side for some reason. And then northbound are still struggling with some delays between Point of the Mountain and Bangerter, partly due to an earlier crash that was in that area. It's also pretty backed up on Highway 40 out by Jordanelle. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
And right now, downtown, 75 degrees.
A presidential visit. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
City and state leaders have been meeting with President Biden during his visit to Utah.
Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall met with the president on the runway at the Salt Lake International Airport yesterday, and she joins us now live on the KSL Newsline. What did you and the mayor have to talk about? You and the president have to talk about, Mayor.
Well, it was really generous and unexpected that on such a hot day with the noisy tarmac, he would stand there and talk to us for 5 or 6 minutes. But he talked about bipartisanship. Excuse me. He talked about his time as a young congressman many decades ago and learning from Republicans as he learned from Democrats and building relationships that ended up, positively affecting his ability to get things done as a congressperson for so long. And I think standing there with Governor Cox, First Lady Abby Cox, and 2 Democrat mayors with Mayor Wilson and myself, he knew his audience. He's met, I think, each of us before, and it was a really special moment to learn from the president about collaboration.
When you know you're only going to get 5 or 6 minutes and there are several of you there, who starts the conversation? Is it you or is it the president?
Oh, the president. He definitely does. We each had a chance to greet him and welcome him here to Utah, and then he went right into talking to us like colleagues and talking to us as old friends, which was just such a delight. Feel really honored to have that moment with him.
Did he say anything about why he decided to come to Utah?
No, not at all. He said he loves our state. It's been too long since he was here, but we know that he's here to really honor the 1-year anniversary of the PACT Act that has helped so many of our veterans who were exposed to burn pits in the line of service and have suffered serious health consequences since. And so I believe that's what we'll be honoring today up at the VA hospital.
Any more opportunities for you or other leaders in the state to spend a few minutes with him between now and the time he flies out?
Yes, I will be there this morning at his speech. I'm looking forward to it.
And then is he planning to leave the state right after that?
No, I believe he has a private event in Summit County somewhere immediately after.
Oh, right.
You talked earlier, we had a quote from you about Utah's special sauce when it comes to politics. Did that become part of the conversation?
It didn't have to, because I think he talked to us about that collaboration because he knows that's how we operate. And the secret sauce of Utah was definitely the topic without it being named.
Did he talk at all about the monument that he just designated in Arizona?
No, he really didn't talk any specifics about either why he's here in Utah or the things that have happened so far on his trip in these western states. But hopefully today we can hear more about that from him.
Well, Mayor, we appreciate just getting a few minutes of your time. It's kind of like you grabbing the ear of the president for 5 or 6 minutes. Always great to have you, and thanks for taking the time out for us. That is Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall joining us here on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. It's 8:49, time for a look at traffic and weather together, which we do every 10 minutes on the 9s. Brought to you by Granite Credit Union's High-Yield Savings Certificates. Andy?
And right now, if you're traveling through the Salt Lake Valley, expect some slowdowns on the northbound side from Point of the Mountain to Bangerter. The northbound delays we were seeing around 106 South are thinning out, but we still have some. Same story on South 15, which is running really heavy between 72nd and 106, way heavier than this time of the morning normally rates. Traffic on SR 201 started backing up again just after 5600 West for maybe half a mile. Heather?
No such issues in Weber and Davis County. All of our earlier delays are gone now, southbound I-15 between Ogden and Salt Lake. So you're back to 30-minute commute, even less, depending on where you hop on the freeway. You also have a good commute if you're taking I-84 through the mountains to and from Morgan, and no problems getting to the airport using Legacy Parkway or the West Side Belt. Eric?
Well, we still got delays eastbound I-80 through the construction zone if you're heading from Sugar House over to the mouth of Parley's Canyon. By the time you get to 2300 East, it'll shake out and you'll get back up to a normal pace. I-15 in Utah County, no trouble there. 20 minutes from Provost University Avenue to Point of the Mountain if you're northbound this morning. Heading over to the freeway, you've got your usual delays both on Pioneer Crossing and 2100 North for eastbounders. Murdoch Hyundai is celebrating 97 years. Right now, receive 3.29% for 5 years on the Tucson or Santa Fe. When you walk through their doors, you feel like family at Murdoch Hyundai in Logan, Linden, Murray, or online at murdochhyundai.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. How about 3 degrees below the normal today at 91? Partly cloudy skies with monsoon moisture increasing out of the south, so there is a slight chance for a storm south of Salt Lake. 90 tomorrow, chance for storms. 89, mostly cloudy with storms in the mountains on Saturday. Partly cloudy Sunday, 91. Back to the valley storm activity on Monday, 91 again. We go to 93 by Tuesday, mostly sunny and 95 for your Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, it's 74 degrees downtown, and the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive, Bountiful. Coming up in just a moment, the markets are up today. They seem to like those CPI numbers. We'll get a look at money news just ahead on KSL News Radio.
Summer days and summer nights. There's nothing like it. And Paris RV is here to help you create those magical memories. Utah is known for its incredible backcountries, where the landscapes vary with mountains, deserts, lakes, and rivers. From the Uintas to Zion National Park and everywhere in between. Whether it's OHV, fishing, mountain biking, hiking, boating, golfing, kayaking, or just relaxing with friends or family, Paris RV has every RV option under the sun or moon to get you outdoors in style and comfort. Load your family now into the open range 26 BH bunkhouse. Sleeps 8 for only $21,995 or $247 a month. Or load the OHVs into the Stryker 2313 toy hauler with 13 feet of cargo space for only $51,995 or $413 a month. Or hook up to the easy to tow Rockwood 1640 LTD tent trailer for only $12,995 or $146 a month. Remember, you only have 18 summers with your kids.
The family that RVs together stays together at Paris RV.
Go to parisrv.com.
If you've had painful kidney stones, you know you don't want more. Moonstone Stone Stopper is a simple solution that works. Created and recommended by top kidney stone doctors, Stone Stopper is an alkali citrate formula scientifically proven to prevent crystallization. Stone Stopper's patented formula is gentle on the stomach and is available in easy-to-swallow capsules, gummies, and powder drinks that make hydration delicious. Stone Stopper is available at participating Walmart and Walgreens stores. Look for the red stop sign on the bottom shelf of the vitamin aisle. For more information or to find a store near you, go to stonestopper.com.
I guess it's human nature, Amanda, that no matter how much money we have in our savings account, it never seems like it's enough. And if you find yourself in that mode right now, let us direct you over to our friends at UCCU. They are wanting to help you supercharge your savings.
UCCU is offering high-rate savings options with yields up to 5.5%. All you do is go to UCCU.com and select a high-rate savings option to do just what you said, supercharge your savings.
You're going to get a much bigger return on your savings right now. It's a savings certificate, which means you make one deposit up front and your money grows over a fixed period of time. So you can have that grow over 5 years, but UCCU has created some very short-term savings certificates with high yields, short like 6 months, 9 months, or a year.
So you decide how long do you want to put that money. You deposit money, a one-time only deposit, and then you let it stay in. The longer it stays in there, the higher the interest rate you earn.
And if you need immediate access to your money, UCCU's Money Market will give you a high yield and anytime access.
UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
Dave and Dujanovic. As President Biden is in Utah to celebrate the one-year mark of passing the PACT Act, we'll discuss why both of Utah's senators voted against it. Today on Dave and Dujanovic.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. For the second time this year, Disney is raising prices for its streaming services. Ad-free versions of Disney Plus and Hulu will cost 20% more, with the company also promising to crack down on password sharing, similar to Netflix's recent move.
You might want to hold off on buying kiwi for a while. The fruit is being recalled in more than a dozen states due to potentially deadly bacterial poisoning. The U.S. Federal Drug Administration says the issues were traced to 2 grower lots in New Zealand. The bacteria itself is Listeria and can cause serious infections in children, the elderly, and people with weakened immune systems.
All right, this is a sugar alert warning here. A new dessert has hit McDonald's menus, the Peanut Butter Crunch McFlurry. This new McFlurry combines peanut butter cookies, cereal, and vanilla ice cream. Like McDonald's recent Purple Grimace Shake, this treat will be available for a limited time.
The Dow is up 309 right now. That's 0.9%. We're at 35,435. S&P's up 40. That's 0.9. And the Nasdaq up 145, which is little over 1%.
Still have some problems out there. We'll try and steer you around with traffic and weather together coming up in just a minute. This hour of Utah's Morning News also brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, and Dr. Thomas Conover is back with us. He is the Medical Director of Youth Inpatient Services. We're talking about routines, Doc, to get the kids back to school as best we can. How much sleep is enough sleep, or does it vary with kids?
Certainly enough sleep varies from individual to individual, and it also varies with age. So this might be a little counterintuitive, but school-age kids compared to teenagers actually need a little less sleep. So you kind of need a little less sleep as you go through those grade school years. And then as you are going through all the growth and changes that go with the teenage years, most teenagers need more. Usually somewhere on the order of 8 to 9 or even 10 hours of sleep would be ideal for a teen. That's tough because most teens are a lot busier than their school-age siblings and often have less time to get that sleep in.
And I know that time crunch sometimes leads to anxiety. Do you have any advice for these kids who are trying to juggle, being good in school and playing sports?
Boy, for those kids and parents, I would say just, maintain perspective and balance, right? It's wonderful to want to excel in multiple things, but I think everybody needs to look at themselves and look at their schedule and say, what can I realistically do and how well can I do it? And for parents, I think really focusing on the effort and the experience of being engaged in both those academic and extracurricular activities as opposed to the outcomes, right? We're going to praise the kid and really have them focus on how hard did I work on that? How hard did I try to do well? And generally, if you do that, you're going to get a satisfactory result. All too often, it's really great to get an A. It's really great to win a game or a competition, but we don't want to lose sight of the fact that you really want to be engaged and present for that activity and really learn from it and take something positive away from it. So focusing on that effort and experience, I think, is something that can help take the anxiety level down.
Yeah, I love that. And realistic expectations are important so you don't set that bar too high. If you want more information, go to healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI.
Even before the pandemic, 1 in 5 American adults experience some form of mental illness, depression, suicide, prescription opioid misuse. Utah isn't immune to our share of challenges, but there is hope. We need to take action to keep our loved ones safe. That's why KSL has teamed with the University of Utah Huntsman Mental Health Institute to bring you hope and help you thrive. It's Healthy Mind Matters. Find out more at healthymindmatters.com.
8:59, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Back to you, Andy.
Amanda, I'm looking at a crash on the transition ramp from 7200 South. Now, normally people at 7200 South can get onto North 15, but because of where the crash is, it's forcing everybody onto the collector ramp for I-215, which means that from 7200 South, you have to take I-215 to the east or west. You can't just get directly on I-15. You've got to slow down still around Point of the Mountain going up through Bluffdale and Draper before it clears out. If you're coming from Tooele County on I-80, you're clear, but 21st South, you're backed up right after 5600 West. Heather?
Got a little bit of slowing northbound I-15 between 200 North and Kaysville and Layton Parkway. I haven't heard of a crash, but this is just starting to slow down, so something may have happened. Eric?
I-15 looking solid in Utah County, no problems. As you head north from Provo, you got eastbound delays from Sugar House over to 2300 east if you're on I-80. When it comes to trusted, affordable auto care, nobody does it better than Burt Brothers Tire and Service. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
91 for a high later, and right now in Salt Lake City, sunny skies, 77 degrees.
David Dujanovic coming up next on KSL. Enjoy this beautiful day, Tim.
You too, Amanda, and we'll see everybody back here in the morning starting at 5.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
It is 9 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Tim Hughes with a look at some of our top stories. President Joe Biden, of course, is in Utah today, set to speak at the Veteran Affairs Health Center in celebration of the one-year anniversary of the PACT Act. A Provo man was killed during an FBI raid yesterday. Court documents show that Craig Robertson threatened President Biden, FBI agents, and some people investigating former President Trump with extremist social media posts. FBI Special Agent Carl Schmay tells KSL TV threats like these are becoming more common.
The reason the FBI investigated him is because he was making threats that were violations of federal law, not because of his political beliefs. This is what kept me up at night when I was a supervisor, is we're looking for that needle in the haystack, who's a keyboard commando, and who's the guy that is actually going to pick up his gun, go out, and commit violence.
Schmay says FBI agents hope to take Robertson into custody peacefully. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be that way. Utahns are using more water than last year. Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities Water Conservation Manager Stephanie Dewar says even with last winter's record snowfall, we should still be conserving where we can.
It's also important to think about our water supply not just as, oh, well, we had a lot of snow this year, we're out of the drought, but what does our basin look like? What does the drainage for the Colorado River Basin look like? What's this bigger picture? And in that bigger picture, we still have below average precipitation.
Dewar says managing our water use is as easy as shutting off sprinklers for a day or two. Right now, the markets are reacting to those CPI numbers earlier this morning, the inflation numbers. The Dow is up 254, that's 0.7. The S&P is up 32. The NASDAQ has gained 106 so far this morning. Coming up, temperatures will settle into the low 90s. Looks like by midweek next week, we might get higher than that. We'll check the full forecast next. KSL News Time, 9:02.
This summer.